the Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perrodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perrodin on Twitter at SafetyPhD. And remember, the truth will keep you safe.
Hey everybody, it is your good friend Dr. David Perrodin here, and hope you like that intro because I updated it this week because the cover for my second book was finalized from the publisher, and I wish I had a cover to show you, but you probably saw it in there. The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times. So yes, we are all set and now starting to go with the different promo stuff. So like I've been contacting people and saying, hey, like, can you help me with my headers and my different things? Because I have like the first book and not the second book in. And I don't know how to do any of this, even though I have like Photoshop for dummies. I'm like, this is insane. But let me do a shout out to people in the over here in the chat. And first of all, thank you. We're going to get to our guest, Sassed1 Too Many. This is a show I've been looking forward to, but Vanessa, thank you so much for being here. Zippy, thank you. Robert Ribbit Harrison. Robert is a big advocate of zero weight synthetic oil. I was going to say non-synthetic, but we're not going to go there. Zero weight synthetic oil. Robert is your guy if you want to run that. Also, he's kind of an advocate for running without an air filter, which I don't know if I'm fully on board with, but I'm coming around to that school of thought. So why not? Solitude Surfers in the house. Love this show, Doc. Thank you, buddy. Houston Subgirl. Hey, Doc and Sass. Thank you for being here. The Safety Doc is in the house, which is me. When I post it, shows up the Safety Doc, right? Thrift School is here. Hey, Thrift School. Kristen and Robert is back inside. Okay, so here we go. And if you've given a thumbs up, we have 10 thumbs up. I appreciate that. Also, any comments are appreciated because I do respond to comments, post it to shows, and then please subscribe. I have the pinned subscription up above as the pinned thing. If you go in and look, like that's where you click to subscribe to this show. I have 100. This is episode 161 of the Safety Doc. Every show is released in video, audio, and then also as a blog post that goes with it. Safety PhD is the location where you can find everything, including all shows that have been done. So let me put that out here. So there we go, safetyphd.com. Hey, today I'm welcoming Sassed1 Too Many to the show. And I'm a big fan of Sassed. I've seen him on shows, other shows. And you know, we kind of go back and forth with this kind of a running thing about the Cannonball Run. And for those of you, that was actually a movie back in, the 70s or 80s.
No oil. Oil causes friction.
Oil causes friction. So, you know, so we're going to talk at the end a little bit, or we'll get into Cannonball Running. But I didn't know Sass's background. And once I learned more about Sass, first of all, I liked him from the start, but once I learned more about him, this show focuses on school and community safety, agency, and purpose. And we're going to get into kind of three main topics today. And one is traumatic brain injury, or it's called TBI, traumatic brain injury. Sass incurred a traumatic brain injury as a young man. So he's going to talk about that and talk about life after traumatic brain injury. And then we're going to also talk about this moment, and I wrote about it, for example, in Velocity of Information, this moment of a realization, right, that what the media is telling you, what you see in the news, what you're reading in the newspapers and stuff like this, and whatever and experts are telling you, like, I'm not sure about that. Like, I have a healthy dose of skepticism, and as I get older, I'm not sure that's how I want to inform myself. And Sass went through that. He's going to talk about when his experience with that. And then also we, of course, are going to talk about the Cannonball Run, 1989. Sassed. It is documented at 149.8 miles per hour sustained for a six-pack of beer. So if you've ever seen the movie Cannonball Run, you're going to watch that and say, you know what? I think this movie was based off of something. And you'll be like, you're damn right it was. It was based off of Sassed. So Sass, first of all, welcome to the show, and then I want to do a little more of an intro for you. But first of all, buddy, like welcome. This means a lot to me to have you on the show.
I'm glad to be here, Doc, and thank you so much for inviting me. I mean, I don't get taken out to the prom much anymore.
No. Oh my goodness. Okay. So those of you that
I even fixed my hair and put on clothes.
you look great, buddy. You look like you're ready to like leave here and go into the car and just like start driving. Turn the
Go to Costco for toilet paper.
foot down on the accelerator, turning the key while it's in drive. Like that's the maneuver. So that is, oh my God, that is hilarious. So those of you who are watching the show, thank you. In front of me, I have the monitor where I'm watching Sassed. On the right, I have a kind of a real-time replay of the show. And on the left are my show notes. So as you see me looking around, that's what's happening here. Like, why is Doc looking over there? Why is he looking over here? It's kind of just the setup down here in the notorious, infamous.
And I might look around a little too. And I'll be looking for somebody to answer those questions you asked me. Because
and the other thing, Sass lives in a haunted house, so it's been on Ghost Adventures. Zach Bagans has been there, so a lot of poltergeist type activity. Now Sass is cool with it, right? Like he's fine.
Oh yeah,
he's safe. But if you see things like the pictures in the back, like just fly past and things like that, we're just going to go on with the show because it's being recorded forensically. It will be analyzed later on. But for right now, we're in good shape. Saft, he's safe. There's nothing that's going to happen. If it gets too wild, we'll shut down the show. We'll call in an exorcist.
I'm also packing, so
he's packing.
Yes,
and he has a bottle of holy water. We have an exorcist 4 blocks away from his house that I can text right now and get over there if we need to. So we're good. So if you see those things, or like I start getting texts or messages, hey, there's a ghost in the background. We'll deal with it. We're prepared for those things. I have a kind of a little introduction that I wrote that I want to just read verbatim. So here we go. Sassed1 Too Many works in the IT field as a mainframe technician. He's an avid shooter, rides motorcycles, and flies radio-controlled airplanes. And all of that was almost ripped away when his journey was spun and strewn with obstacles that forced him to literally rethink everything. At the age of 21, Sassed1 Too Many was involved in a serious motorcycle accident that inflicted a traumatic brain injury into this aspiring tradesman's life. During recovery, he worked at a famous Japanese restaurant as a dishwasher and later trained as a tempura chef. Following more than 2 years of recovery, he was given the opportunity to take advantage of a state-sponsored vocational rehabilitation program, which guided him into a career in computer operations. His first computer-related job in 1984 centered on decollating 6-part computer printouts for $4.50 an hour. In this episode, Sassed1 Too Many discusses his career with the constant companion of the post-effects of traumatic brain injury. Additionally, as a father, Sassed1 Too Many began to challenge television narratives and proclamations by so-called experts. And of course, we're going to get into that infamous day in 1989 of the Cannonball Run with Sassed. So there's our intro. So Sassed, I worked as a speech language therapist for several years and worked both in the medical sector and in the education, the K-12 area, and worked with students who are post-traumatic brain injury, for example. So I'm also going to try to monitor the chat also as we go along here. But thank you for being in the chat, everybody who's there. But tell me about this. Tell me about the traumatic brain injury, maybe what you were doing before that also, because let's start out before. You worked and you were like stripping lead paint off of places.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've sometimes told the story about how I dropped out of high school when I was 15 to go work in New Haven, stripping lead paint off of 3-story row houses.
Whoa!
For 12 hours a day, for probably less than $2 an hour. Yeah. So that's how I got my start working. Actually, I picked tobacco one summer when I was 11 years old.
Okay, so, 11 years old.
Yeah.
So, like, what was that like?
So I
someone
ended
bring
up
you?
in the trades because of, I was I was in one of the worst school systems in Connecticut. The school wasn't even accredited by the state,
Okay. Oh my
and
god. Oh no.
and it was more like a prison camp
Whoa.
than a school. Probably the prelude to what we got now. Um, and yeah, I had no interest in it. It was pretty awful. I had a lot of ideas and a lot of ideals at the time, and so I just decided it wasn't for me anymore. So I said, let's go to work, and I was dying to bust out. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
so I think 50. I think back to like the 17 and 1800s when you'd graduate school in eighth grade and go right to college.
Yeah. My
You know,
grandfather did that. Yep.
yeah, yeah, or you'd become the ambassador to France or something like that at age 14.
Right.
So
Yeah.
so 15. So I guess I was trying to channel the founders there, but yeah, I was done with school. There was nothing there for me. Um, Whatever they were teaching was worth nothing. And this is back when they used to actually teach habeas corpus
Right.
and law. So,
Right.
you know,
Yeah, it's amazing how many, when I talk of, like my grandparents and relatives and things like that, how, even, my mom and stuff like that. I mean, it was like, um, yeah, you didn't have to, school only offered so much back then, right? I mean, and you could get out and get into occupations and careers and things like that. My grandfather Sassed, this is a true story. My grandfather left high school and joined a circus, and nobody knew where he was for like 6 months. And the newspaper wrote an article when he returned to town. And I think that, to me, I think that was one of the coolest things. Like, he always
I,
talked
I
about it as
considered running away from home. I
yeah,
really did.
he was like a celebrity when he came back. He talked about these experiences
Yeah.
and stuff. And I still have like the newspaper article and to prove it. I don't know what year that was, but oh my
Yeah.
God.
I also like to mention, I don't think I've ever done homework in my whole entire life in public
What?
school.
I sent you like a whole page of homework for this show.
Well, I was talking about when I was in school, but you could just literally pass without doing anything.
Yeah. Oh my God. So lead paint and so
Yeah,
tell
lead
me.
paint. So I ended up,
Yeah.
bouncing around the various contractors. Um, my older brother had started a business too. It was generally painting contractors, but we used to branch out, and I worked for a bunch of different people too over the years. So I done roofing, I done gutters. We did interior and exterior painting, basic carpentry. Trying to think of what else. Light remodels. Change the cabinets, but not gut the room, kind of thing.
Right.
Uh, so it was a lot of. I mean, I even dug curtain drains with a shovel,
Oh my God.
like 60 feet of curtain
So
drains.
you're supposed to have like the safety stuff on both sides. Was that
No,
there or
no,
no?
there was safety was fourth, not third. Uh,
Holy smokes, man.
so basically, I was a rented mule.
Wasn't
More,
there some
more or
window
less.
stuff you did too, like window
Oh
washing or
yeah,
stuff?
yeah. Later on, I got a little. I decided that. Well, actually, I was working for a paint contractor out of New Haven, and his son was starting a business to install sun control film on windows.
Okay.
So he just told me one day, "You don't work for me anymore. You work for my son."
Whoa.
And I was like, he's like, and then I showed up with my work clothes, and he sent me home. He said, "No, you got to put on nice clothes." So it was all interior work. We did the windows on the New Haven Register because people would get suntans while they were
Okay.
sitting in their offices and stuff. So yeah, so I did that for a few years also.
Like how high? Like what was the highest you had it? Like what was that building? Like 10 stories, 5 stories?
No, it wasn't a huge building. It was about a 5-story building, but there was one section of it. It was an old factory. So
Okay.
there's one section of it where both sides were glass from floor to ceiling. Like those metal, those
Yeah.
uh, factory windows, metal windows, and and they would run the air conditioner like full blast, and everybody'd be sweating in the summertime, and then they'd run the heat full blast, and everybody'd be freezing in the wintertime. So we did that on the sunny side, and you can literally feel the temperature dropping as you did one section of windows. It was like 25 degrees cooler on this side and
Holy,
than it was on this side where the sun was glaring in
holy
on
smokes.
all the typists. I call them typists. The journalism.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my
So
God. Wow. That is, it's funny because the hometown I was raised in, we didn't have a building higher than 2 stories. I mean, I guess the church maybe was 3 stories if you took into consideration the steeple, but yeah. Oh my God. So, so we get to this point in your life, when you incur this traumatic brain injury through this motorcycle accident, and I'm just going to kind of pause before we get into talking about that. So, um, any type of traumatic brain injury is a is typically a long recovery. I know your experiences. You'll talk about when I worked in a rehabilitation as a rehabilitation director, for example. Um, it might involve physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy. People learning how to dress again, how to put notes in a calendar. The speech processes, how to walk, how to as you're going to talk about,
mm,
getting up from a chair. Is something that of course we just take for granted, but then getting up for a chair and realizing you're feeling dizzy, and that you have to sit back down. Um, so tell us about that experience, a day. What happened? How did it start out in the day where the traumatic brain injury?
well, I don't know how much I want to tell about how the day started, but let's just say I was having a good time
Okay.
all day, and God, probably the biggest blunders I've ever done in my life were when I was having a lot of fun.
Oh,
so
sure, sure.
yeah, so it started out. It was a Saturday. Um, I was up early. I was with friends all day, doing a bunch of things. Um, it was I believe it was a June 9th. Can't remember the exact day, but it was either June 9th or it was a day in June at 9 p.m. when the accident happened.
Okay.
So, so from the accident, there was a lot of blurry things, but it was a long day. So we were riding. I was with my girlfriend. She was on the back, and we were riding home. And in those days, I mean, I grew up on two wheels, more or less. So helmets were optional,
Yeah. Yeah.
boots were optional. Motorcycle jackets were optional. Um, we were pretty we were pretty Darwinistic back in the day,
Yeah.
more or
Yeah.
less. Yeah. So we're driving along. I was never afraid to going fast, as you might have guessed.
Right.
I had no fear of speed or death. um, so I was moving along pretty good. I typically ride my motorcycle in a way that minimized any traffic.
Okay.
Okay, so if there was traffic, I'd go around it. If
Gotcha.
there was cars are going too slow, I'd pass them. I'd pass them on the right, pass them on the left, pass them in between. It didn't matter to me. It really didn't matter. So anyhow, we were driving on a regular road that I've driven down a million times, and we're coming to an intersection, and there was three cars in front of me, and it was just about not it was sunset.
Okay.
So the
Sunset.
sun was set, but it was still light, and these cars were lined up, and there was no turning lane there, but it was kind of a wide intersection. So there were three cars lined up with their left blinkers on.
Okay.
Okay, so being the guy I was, I'm like, oh, I'm just going to go right around the right side of them.
Sure.
And then as I approached, and I could see the traffic coming the other way, there was nobody turning in front of me or anything like that.
Sure.
So then as I approached, the last car in the, that was waiting, there was 3 cars, decided he wanted to go straight. So he cut his wheel all the way to the right, and he pulled
Ooh.
out, and then he pulled out so far, he was so close to the car in front of him when he pulled out, his nose was like up against the stone wall and a bunch of rows of mailboxes,
Oh
and
my
he,
God.
and he stopped. And I'm moving along pretty good, and I lock up front and rear wheels and maintain the bike upright because I was that kind of rider with a passenger on the back. And then I fishtailed it at the last minute, so I would, like, his car had an angle this way, and I would
Right.
it fishtail, so I would smack him sideways instead of head on.
Okay.
And so we hit the car, and we both flew over the car, and then landed in the middle of the intersection
Holy smokes.
in front of the 2 cars that were turning.
Okay.
Yeah. And we both landed on my chin.
Oh my! And you still have like a scar. You said today.
I still have a scar. I used to be good looking actually before that.
You wouldn't believe the number of side chats. I'm like, is that Tom Selleck you have on the show? I'm like, it's not. I mean, like literally, like 7 people have asked me that already. It's over on the left screen. I'm like, it's not Tom Selleck. I'm like, it's better. It's Sassed, but okay.
Nick
And
August
people are like,
said Nick August said I was more Burt Reynolds than something or other.
You probably are Burt Reynolds. You're Burt Reynolds. So you had, and then so what did you remember next? Like, was it waking up at the hospital, or some people like telling you like this is what happened to you, or like what?
I remember, and I have no recollection of time elapsed after that. I remember waking up in the middle of the intersection and seeing all these car headlights just blinding me from every direction.
Oh my God.
And then I don't remember anything. And then I remember I'm up on a lawn on the side of the road with like 3 EMTs.
Okay.
And they're telling me to hold still, hold still, hold still. I don't know what I was doing. I was probably kicking them and biting them. Well, I had nothing to bite with, but so there was some, flashing in and out. It was mostly blackout. I remember an ambulance ride for, a minute or 2. And then I didn't remember anything until I woke up in the hospital, taped to a gurney, pushed out in the hallway.
Okay.
And that's where I sat probably from 10 p.m. until 7 or 8 a.m. They just said, hey, if he's going to make it, he'll make it. Let's push him out in the hallway. Because my jaw was shattered. It was dislocated. My skull was fractured from the top of my head all the way down the left side of my nose, all the way out to my left ear. And there was brain juice leaking out of my ears.
Oh my God.
My left ear. And my jaw was completely smashed.
Yeah.
I had this huge gaping hole. I could literally put my hand in my jaw and wave outside my mouth instead of my using a tongue. Okay. So it was, and I was talking. I don't remember a lot of the talking. I remember some of it, but I was talking without a jaw somehow.
Yeah.
I guess if you use your tongue, you can make sounds.
Sure. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but my jaw was pushed all the way back also.
Okay.
So it was like literally almost poking out the back.
So were you in the pain, or did they have you like on morphine, or
they could not put me on any opiates because of the brain injury. So I was in pain.
Okay. Oh my God. Yeah.
Nonstop pain. Yeah. Yeah. It hurt a lot. It definitely hurt a lot.
Okay.
And so one of my little sisters, because my family was at the hospital and they were trying to get information on me all night, and they were lied to, like everybody at the hospital is lied to. But finally, my one of my older brothers made a stink, and he said, "I'm going to tear this whole place apart unless I get to see my brother."
Right.
And next thing you know, doctors were looking at me. So I guess they had to wait for the day shift to come in on Sunday.
Oh my
I don't know.
God. It's horrible. It's horrible.
And there were a lot of accidents. It was, a Saturday night in
Right.
New Haven County, so there was a lot of bad stuff happening. There was probably some gunshots, and there were other accidents. I think I told you that part about the other guy that was also in a motorcycle accident.
I don't, we'll tell it now. So yeah.
Well, it's kind of like, to shorten this. I'm going to skip ahead to when it was like maybe 4 or 5 days later. This man and woman came into my room, and I didn't know who they were, and they're like, "Thank God you're okay," and they were hugging me and praying for me and all that. And they said, "Our son didn't make it.
Oh God.
We had to unplug him today."
Cheapers.
So apparently there was another guy in a motorcycle accident, and he was brain dead from the point where they brought him in. So I remember that very distinctly.
Okay.
So, and that's actually why I quit riding the first time.
Yeah.
I'm like, it was too costly for other people. Like, I didn't really care about myself, but I cared about other people,
Right.
So, my family went through hell, and, I looked at these other people, and I'm like, I don't want to do that to my family.
Yeah.
They were devastated.
Holy smokes. So Sass, let's talk about the rehabilitation process for you. When you were, information you shared with me was like, so I asked specifically, was it physical therapy, speech language therapy, occupational? And you said no, but there was rehabilitation or vocational rehab that you participated in, and then also that it was a solid 2 years before, like, getting up from a chair.
Oh, I had about a
Physically.
6 or 7 year headache.
Holy smokes! Okay.
I had a lot of pressure. My jaw was wired shut. Well, getting back to hospital visit.
Sure.
After 2 days of being in a hospital and them deeming me stable enough, they sent the oral surgeons in to look at me, because my jaw was, I couldn't eat, couldn't drink, couldn't do anything, and they reconstructed my jaw without sedation.
Oh my God.
And then they wired it shut. I remember that very, very vividly. The amount of pain I felt was unbelievable. They reconstructed my jaw and then I guess it was dislocated right out of the sockets. So they reset it. They wired all my teeth closed.
Okay.
All right, my jaw was broken clean down on this side and on this side, right down between the roots of my teeth. I remember the oral surgeon saying, "You're so lucky." It's like, usually all the teeth are gone by now, So I still have all my teeth. They're all chipped. Every last one of them is chipped.
All right.
But I have them all, and it's always a funny story when I have to go to a new dentist. But so it took about 4 hours plus to construct my jaw and wire it shut. And the sad part about that is 7 weeks later they had to break it and reset it. So
God!
All together, my jaw was wired shut about 18 weeks.
Oh my God! Okay.
So that's getting into the the kind of the graphic stuff of what it was like.
So during this time, like, what was your motivation? Like, what was so you're young, right? You're 21. What was your sense of, like, I'm going to get through this versus, like, giving up? Like,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I was smart enough at the age of 21 to really have any kind of. I mean, I knew I wanted to get out of the hospital.
Okay.
I don't like hospitals. I never liked them. I still don't like them. So I know I wanted to be out of the hospital. I just wanted to be home, and just kind of recuperate. And so that's when I found out the recuperation was going to be kind of hard. So after all this, they were giving me a amoxicillin. Like I was taking it like 3 times a day.
Right.
After about 10 days of amoxicillin, I had an anaphylactic response to it.
Holy smokes. Okay.
And my whole body turned, turnip red or tomato red, and I was nauseous. I was going to vomit, and I had my jaw wired shut.
Oh my
So,
God.
it felt like my skin was on fire. The bottom of my feet felt like they were on fire. So they figured out that I developed an intolerance for penicillin during that. So they had to switch me. I ended up having to go to the hospital for that.
Okay.
Because they're like, bring him to the hospital. They're like, do you have any wire cutters? Cut his mouth open.
Are you serious?
That's what
Holy
they told my mom. I
smokes.
couldn't even talk. My mouth was shut like this. For so long.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And she's like, no, I'm bringing him in.
So what is it? So I'm wondering, like, what if you did throw up? Like, your mouth is wired shut. I mean, this is a crazy question, but like, what did they tell you? What did they tell you?
Yeah, they tell you can choke to death.
No kidding.
They said,
oh my God.
cut the wires open. I mean, they were like, it looked like Constantina wire from, The Great Escape.
Yeah.
The old movie. There was so much wire in my mouth.
Oh my God. So one of the things, Swamp Dog Armory is asking what kind of bike it was, and he's also saying, I think he's kind of impressed at your skill to keep the bike up during this time. But what kind of bike was it?
It was a 76 Kawasaki KZ 400.
Okay. Holy smokes!
Which I still had up until this year.
Well, oh my goodness, Sassed. Wow.
You got to keep those trophies. The bike was rideable after the accident.
It was
I saved the bike and I sacrificed my face.
Right. It's I had a bike accident. I had a bike accident when I was I don't know, it was like 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Now it's a pedal bike, right? So it's a
you move along on that though.
But
20,
it was
30 miles an hour.
Yeah, it was a significant accident. I received a concussion from it, and numerous injuries, but I still have the bike. Like I had the bike rebuilt. And so it's kind of weird because I go on this bike, I'm like, this is a bike I damn near died on, so like it wasn't the bike's fault. But yeah.
Before the end of the summer, I started my bike up and I rode it down to the gas station, put $1 worth of gas in it and rode it home, and then said, I'm done.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to be afraid for the rest of my life of motorcycles.
I think that's a good point. So tell me about how and then I want to talk about the rehabilitation or the voc rehab process, but tell me about how you the proverbial, right, kind of got back on the horse or decided like, this isn't going to be a fear for my life, because I think right now, so what I'm trying to do also,
I loved riding two-wheel motorcycles.
Yeah.
I mean, that just literally, it's, I think I had told you in a previous conversation, anything with an engine I was interested in.
Right. Like you actually rode your lawnmower for like 110 miles and then it ran out of gas and you're like, damn it.
Here we go.
But we have this rapport. We're kind of kicking back and forth, but no. But actually this is important, right? Because I think a number of people will be like, I'm not touching it again. I'm done with this. Like I watched a video today of somebody who their hair started on fire because their birthday cake, they had too many candles on it and they got too close and then their hair started. I mean, but this person was like, I'll never have a cake with candles again. Never, ever. And I think there's this part of something where you can't, I mean, when bad things happen, right? You can't be so risk adverse that you never continue those things which you enjoyed, and which the likelihood of that happening where these people turned and kind of, closed off that area for you. And so tell me about this when you actually said, no, I'm going to get back on the bike.
I mean, if it wasn't for my family and that couple who lost their son, I would have just kept riding.
Okay.
Because, I think I was probably riding since I was 10 or 11, and I had no fear of riding, and I crashed a lot. I crashed into trees. I slid down rocky hills. I did everything in the woods. Getting injured on a motorcycle was just a way of life for me. It wasn't going to stop me. So what happened was my family and other people, like I cared more about them than I did about my passion for riding. So
Yeah.
I consciously gave it up on purpose, and it was a struggle too, because I ever since that time I always wanted another motorcycle. Like
Right.
every spring, like clockwork, I
Right.
start motorcycle shopping. And then I'd rationalize and hem and haw and talk myself out of it. So that's what I did for a good 30 plus years after the accident.
So as Swamp Dog is saying, it's indescribable to someone that doesn't ride a motorcycle, and also kind of like that's the way you get back on the horse. And I think there's something really deep in that, in a good way, of when you experience something that's kind of a fluke, right? Like this wasn't, you weren't doing 200 miles an hour down a railroad track or something like that. It was this fluke situation where the vehicle turned in a direction that it wasn't indicating, and this
I
accident.
was a risky rider, and my luck ran out. That's really what it was.
Yeah, and so Sess, let's take this to rehabilitation. So, what was the start of like vocational rehabilitation, or what was the limitation for you after this? Like,
Well,
not
I couldn't climb up a ladder anymore
okay,
because I'd get dizzy and fall off it. I really had vertigo issues. Okay, I had a severe concussion. I think probably, I obviously had brain damage. I had contusions and sprains over my whole entire body. The only bone I broke was my head. So best foot forward, as they say. You know, um, so I had a lot of other injuries. And then with my jaw being wired shut for about 18 weeks, I had lost so much weight.
yeah,
I was on a liquid diet. Uh, I ate everything through a straw, and
okay,
I couldn't do hamburger. So I would do, protein shakes and ice cream and a banana in a blender. That was
okay,
pretty much my meal for like 18 weeks. And then, and I was, I think I was down to like 135 pounds, which was, how much I weighed when I was in, I want to say ninth grade, high school. You know,
right,
I was always very trim,
right.
but it was muscle that was disappearing on me too.
Oh my
So,
goodness, yeah,
so you looked at me and you could, if I had my shirt off, you would see my skeleton.
okay,
So it took a while, so I had no strength. I've been sedentary for quite a while, and but I couldn't exert myself. I couldn't bend down, and I couldn't do yard work anymore. I used to, I kind of grew up on a 2.5 acres of land,
yeah,
my parents' house, and I did a lot of the the lawn care and the tree care and the garden care and all that stuff. Um, so I couldn't do that really anymore. I couldn't bend down. I couldn't bend down. You know how you get a little blood rush into your head?
I do, yeah, no,
I would pass out. Yeah, I
okay.
couldn't do that. So I couldn't go to work in the traditional sense that I had, all the skills that I had built up by that time. So,
So you enrolled then, or were enrolled in a vocational rehabilitation program, and
yeah.
you also said like, was it your dad bought you a car so you could drive to the
Well,
voc
yeah,
rehab place? Or?
that was later.
Okay,
An uncle, my mom's brother, had talked to some folks in his town. He lived several towns over, and told him my situation. I guess he was going for some kind of counseling or something on a regular basis, and they told him, "Well, we got programs that could help him, but he has to be a resident of this town." So he kind of conveyed it all to me, and he said, "Move in with me, and we'll take advantage of these programs." And he talked me into it after a while. So I'm like,
okay,
okay.
that's really cool.
So on paper, I live with my uncle, and I was able to get some of these town services that were available. It was a kind of a hoity-toity, highfalutin town, um, by the name of Brantford,
Okay,
Connecticut. And so, one of the requirements was I had to go for counseling on a weekly basis. So,
You say counseling,
and
like what did
like
counseling involve?
cognitive counseling.
Okay.
I guess what do they call that? Dropped out of high school. You got to help me a little there.
Well, was it like kind of like motivational or like trying to help you set your goals, or it would
Yeah,
be like,
yeah. It was like
what does this picture look like? You're like, it looks like a rattlesnake biting
no,
a
no. It
mountain.
wasn't. It wasn't like that. It wasn't psychiatry. It
Okay.
was more, coping. Like,
Yeah.
why did you crash? Why are you destructive? That kind of thing.
Okay.
And so it was all kind of the way I kind of remember it was counseling was meant to bring perspective
Okay.
on the things you're doing and the things you think you want to do, and how close is that to any kind of normal type thinking. So it was a requirement to get into the vocational program. So I went diligently every single week.
Okay.
And
Did you feel it helped?
I think so. Yeah.
Good.
I mean,
Yeah.
some of it was just, because once a month they make us do these groups, and I'd look around and go, gee, I thought I had it bad.
Well, I'll tell you what.
There are people afraid they can't even drive over a bridge. They got phobias.
Well, yeah.
Like
I mean,
yeah.
I went to.
I jumped the bridge with Evil Knievel.
Sass is like, that opening scene to the Dukes of Hazzard. Like that was me. I was a stuntman.
I couldn't relate. I couldn't relate at all.
And actually, I think there's a benefit, obviously, to counselors in reflecting and giving some perspective on things. I know I was in a really bizarre work situation back like 10 years ago, and one of my cohorts said, like, you should actually see like a work counselor, like, who can give some perspective on some of the things that you're seeing. And I remember the first time after I met with this counselor, the guy's like, yeah, like, that's crazy, like that, but that's kind of the way corporate stuff is. So, like, let's start game planning on how to deal with that, right? Like, the stuff you should tune into, or the stuff you should. And I was like, oh my goodness, like, somebody else gets it. Like, this is actually, I'm not just on an island of this, realizing this is a very dysfunctional system. But I felt that was extremely helpful for me. But anyway, I mean, like I said, I think what you're sharing is, and I think there can be benefit definitely for people.
Yeah, I think left to your own devices, unless you read a lot of really good books. Like back in the day, you had to live next to a library to have that option.
Right.
I think we lose perspective easily, because left to your own devices, I think everybody becomes mentally ill at some point later in their life. Because you're just stuck with your mind. You don't have a lot of outside input. So.
No, you're right. I think that's a terrific point, right? I mean, it's valuable to have feedback of others, and I kind of talk about it in the work that I do, like the member check. Like, have like 5 people who will tell you exactly what is happening with you, even if it's not what you want to hear. So they're saying you're off base right now, like what you're saying doesn't make sense, or no, like you're good, like this is all. But yeah,
echo chambers are ineffective.
They are
helping anybody. Yeah.
And so I think, personally, that's something for people to recognize and maybe ahead of the game, like trying to tell people, hey, like, be that person. If you look at me and I'm like out of character, jump in and say, hey, like, this isn't you, like, this isn't making sense, or give some feedback on, or be objective, or say, but anyway, so you got into this program.
So I went for the counseling for a while.
Yeah.
And states, so they had submitted paperwork to the state of Connecticut, and and it probably took about a year and a half to get any kind of final things. I had to take a bunch of aptitude tests and personality tests and preference tests, and they had to test me. They had to make sure I was drinking the right amount of Kool-Aid, I suppose.
Right.
So yeah, so eventually they, so the aptitude test and the preference test, I guess, were to see what I might be good at some point in the future. Um, so it was kind of interesting because the only two things that popped out after all my tests were electronic technician or
Yes.
computer operator.
So pretty close. Okay.
And I'm like, well, that's not much of a choice. They're like, no, this is good.
It is good. Yeah.
It's good that you have very few choices. That means that you really, these are really good fit. These would be really good fits for you.
So tell us where that went, because I know at some point, you're telling me like, you were observing some people doing some, some tech stuff. And then you're like, at one point, like, hey, like, give me a job or give me the opportunity to like watch a shift. Where did it go from there?
I don't think I had ever thought or spoke or heard the word computer right up until that day.
Because what is this, like 1984-ish, right? That we're talking about?
No, this is like 1982
okay.
to 1982 to 3. Yeah.
Okay.
More like, yeah. So it's like, computer, what's that? I just imagine, watching, Get Smart and the wheels turn on the chaos.
Right. Yeah, the Bat Cave, like we're all familiar with how that
Bat
works.
Cave. It's like, yeah, sounds good. So they gave me a bunch of reading. They printed out me a bunch of reading material to look at into both fields, and it's like a small manual. So I read through a couple times of each, and I thought about it, and I'm like, I was trying to open my mind up to it, which,
okay.
and I didn't have a lot of choices at the time because I couldn't do the kind of work I was used to doing. Probably not for a decade,
It's more, kind of hands-on stuff and craftsmanship type stuff. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, the rented mule type work. So, based on all the stuff that I had read, computer operator sounded a lot better to me because it sounded more autonomous.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. It sounded a lot more, where you would have a lot of autonomy. You'd have to learn, I would have to learn stuff I don't even have a clue about. But, I just, when I looked at the day-to-day, activities of each career path, computer operator was the one that stood out to me. And I said, well, I'll take that one. So,
okay.
So it was, after some, more meetings and stuff, and, still had to keep going for the counseling. That was a stipulation, they had decided to, there was only a couple opportunities in Connecticut where I can go to school for that.
Okay.
So it happened to be, this particular school was a Computer Processing Institute in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Bridgeport. Okay. Yeah.
So I think Computer Processing Institute was the original model for all these institutes that popped up later on. It was literally around for quite a while.
Okay.
And it was pioneered, and I can't remember the guy's name, the guy who started that school, but he ended up passing away, and he left the business to his kids, and they wrecked it, and they went out of business later on. So
wow.
So I ended up so with that was, I think I got a stipend of $40 a week because I was going to have to commute from where I lived to Bridgeport, which was a good 55 miles or so.
Yeah.
One way. And, and I drove my mom's car for the first couple times, but I had, like you mentioned, I had asked my dad. I never asked him for anything before. I went and asked him if he'd, just buy me a cheap used car so I can go to school. And he asked me a bunch of questions about what it was all about. I mean, he obviously knew about the accident and everything else, and and so he's like, "Yeah, I'll buy you a used car." So he bought me a 1976 Buick Regal.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
With an Oddfire V6. I think he paid $600 for it.
Okay.
It was a nice car.
Yeah.
There wasn't a scratch on it.
A Buick fan. So yes.
Yeah. And it was a silver with a half Landau red top, and it had red interior.
Okay.
So you could probably picture the car in your memory.
I think I'd love it. Yes. Okay.
So I ended up and that's when we still had tolls. The stipend was for tolls and gas. That's really
Yeah.
what it was for.
Yeah.
Um, and it covered it. I had to go pretty far, but it covered it. So I started a school in 1983, and the school was it really was a wage slave boot camp, more or less.
Okay.
It was 5 days a week,
Whoa. Okay.
7:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. No school holidays.
Okay.
Only federal holidays.
Okay.
And even on the federal holidays, they would make you come in. They said, because when you're an operator, you're going to work all the holidays.
Sure. Yeah, you're going to be on call all the time. And yeah, got it.
They had a very strict dress code: slacks, shoes,
Okay.
shirt and tie. No messed up hair, no long, no unshaven, that kind of thing. I mean, it was wage slave boot camp for sure. And so that was so I did that for 6 to 8 months. Oh, and by the way, I couldn't get a diploma from the school unless I had a high school diploma. So I also took a couple of classes at the community college and a few classes at the local high school, night classes.
Okay.
So I did that too to get my GED. So
it was okay.
So I had to do that before I finished the schools, or else I would not be able to receive the diploma.
So all the time Sassed with traumatic brain injury, is this really like tiring and fatiguing for you? Because that's one thing I hear of people after traumatic brain injury is
yeah,
they're just so tired, right? Like so much energy is going into healing the brain or no?
Yeah, it's I started suffering, and a lot of people accuse me of being drunk a lot of times, but I'm not. Because I can't put my finger on words or remember, a common word in a sentence and stuff like that. So I think I had tried to explain to you before. I had to learn how to overcompensate for my deficiencies.
Okay.
So in order to do that, it was strictly a 100% tenacity and investment of myself into it. So whatever I had to learn, because I would forget things. I'd learn something, I'd know it, and 2 weeks later I couldn't think of it.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I was left with after the injury. So I had to overcompensate for that. So if I had I needed to really learn something, I had to learn it and learn it and learn it and go over it, and I had to turn it more into muscle memory.
Yeah.
And muscle eye, hand eye. I'd write things over and over again.
Okay.
By pen. I'd speak it while I'm writing.
Okay.
So I had to do things like that for things that were really, really important, like job control language, stuff like that I had to learn. So I did the kind of the same thing, and I had to find out the hard way that I couldn't remember stuff. So
like what? Like what? Someone would be like,
well, I mean,
what's the deal?
I
you turn the knob left when
I'd
it
take
should
an
have been
English
right.
quiz and I'd fail it.
Okay.
I'm talking about like the night school.
Right.
I take an English quiz and I fail. I'm like, I live in an English speaking country. Why am I failing English? So that's when I kind of found out I had more or less a learning disability.
So what part of the traumatic brain injury kind of stayed with you? Like it's like every day it's like, oh, like this is like it's a dizziness, or it's like forgetting things, or like what part of that was always there that you had to kind of always compensate for, work against? Like you just knew, if I run real fast, if I do this right.
Well, I did mostly recover physically.
Okay.
I do want to say that chewing food was painful for more than 10 years.
Oh God, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay.
So that's how I maintained my girlish figure all those years. It was just too painful to eat, really. So, but yeah, I think it was the the memory loss, because I would get short term and medium term memory loss. I can remember a lot of things from a long time ago, but I can't remember details like the year, the month, the day.
Right.
Something really happened. I forget people's names. I forget a word I want. I know the word and it's gone. So it's kind of like a fleeting thing with the short term memory.
Did you feel that people understood that, or did you feel people were like, "Oh, come on, Sass, like you know this, like come on, like I'm
I never told anybody.
okay, gotcha."
Yeah, I didn't cry about my injuries. I didn't ask for, extra, credit. Um,
Yeah,
people usually find out about my injury long after they got to know me the first time, and then they're like, "Huh?"
right.
And
Like knowing you now, like I would have never known the the backstory. I would have never anticipated, like there was more to that until we had discussions and things like that. So wow, that is
yeah, I didn't use it as a crutch. As a matter of fact, I didn't really even want people to know.
right.
But people would always ask me, scar, because I had some other scars on my cheek and stuff that kind of went away. But they'd be like, "Where'd you get that?" And I'd like playing basketball or something. I would say something
Right. A lot of
stupid
this
like
is
that.
like from Sassed1 who's in the NBA back, for 4 seasons with the Atlanta Hawks. That was a scrappy team. They should have made the playoffs
Yeah.
every year too, but 17.1 points per game per Sass. I'm just bringing up Sass. 8 rebounds, 3 steals a game. Those are damn good numbers. And he should have been in the NBA. What is it? I don't know, not Hall of Fame, but the MVP, NBA All-Star game, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. I got to look into that
I
because
was an
like,
MVB, most valuable boob.
no, no. So when I was in high school, I had a substantial concussion from football, and um, I to this day, like I still have. I'm not great with names, and sometimes people will be like, and I'll be like, I this isn't. It's not because I'm not interested in you or anything like that. I
It's
don't.
embarrassing. It's what it is. It's really
And
embarrassing.
and honestly, when I teach university classes, there might be 9 people in a class, and I'm like, here's a name placard, right? The folded index card that I'll have, and I'm like, put your first name on it, and like every class it needs to be there. And I explain at the start of class, I'm like, it's nothing personal, right? It's just that I do have a hard time remembering names. So I need you to do this for me. And then they're all fine with it, but it kind of seems a little weird. Like, you're the professor and you have PhD and all this stuff and whatever. I'm like, nice. It's not intentional. And even like, in the other work that I do in the writing and stuff like that, there's a lot that needs to go into that. So it's not to compare with what you had, but
Well,
it
knowing what
is
I
kind of
know,
some insight.
what I know about you so far, you're a very humble guy.
Oh, thanks.
And so you're not an elitist snob who's going to be like, I'm so great that, if I say your name is Bob and it's Jill, then your name is Bob, because I'm smarter than you. So you're
Right.
not that kind of guy. So, but yeah, it is embarrassing to forget people's names. I could literally be on a job interview and say the person's name after they say it, and I say glad to meet you, and I'll say their name, and I'll turn around and go sit down, and I forgot their name by the
I
time
know.
I
I'm
get in the
sitting
chair.
I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea who you are.
That might be another kind of mental issue, but
No, I've been there. I have no
yeah,
idea. You just thank you, and I have no idea. Like it's name tags and placards and all of that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. That's why they always used to make us wear our badges on our
Right,
top shirt. Don't wear them on your waist. We don't want people looking
right,
at your crotch. We want to
right.
figure out what your name is. So anyway,
Yeah,
move it along, I guess.
one thing I did success when I was a school administrator, and we used to have meetings. I bought placards for everybody, and I made I guess I made everybody because I was in the. But I asked everybody to write their names, and I said it's so everybody knows, around the table and on people that are unfamiliar with you in the meeting, like that haven't been here before, that they can address you by name. But really, it was for me. I mean, I'll be honest, it was because like I couldn't remember who all these people were. So I kind of, I mean, it was good for everybody, but I kind of badged it as this thing of like, we're doing this so everybody can, and everyone's like, okay, I'm like, whoa, that just helped me out. So thank you.
Yeah, it's probably a combination of initial nervousness and memory loss together, because I think under stressful situations, I think people forget names probably the quickest of anything else. So I mean, that's just my opinion, but could be wrong.
Yeah. 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 No, I'm with you on that. So let's get to the part of what was it? 2 years of vocational rehab, or more before
The
you felt you could stand without being dizzy.
Yeah, well, there was like a year. Yeah, I didn't get any physical therapy. I had no speech therapy. The doctors, the oral surgeons were pretty amazed that I was walking and talking like generally like a normal person.
Okay.
Um, my brother, my older brother said, "It's good thing you landed on your fat as bone." You know,
Okay.
normal people would be dead, but you're hard head. So there's a lot of jokes in the family about it. Um, but the doctors did say I was lucky.
Okay.
They said I was lucky. They said because I was concussed.
Okay.
I mean, if your head's going 45, 50 miles an hour and then it comes in contact with the asphalt, usually you don't survive that.
Yeah.
And if you do survive, you have serious brain damage to the point where, all your connectors snap and all your synapses snap in the brain. All
Yeah.
those little, whatever those electrical things are in there, that usually becomes irreparably damaged. And, and I was damaged, but not to the point where anybody thought I needed to go for physical or speech therapy.
Okay.
It all came back for the most part.
Wow.
So although I have a TBI, I'm probably one of the luckier ones who have it.
Right. Right. Because so has your balance come back? Or I guess what has come back and what to this
I,
day
I've
are you able
learned
to
I've
do?
learned how to be unbalanced.
Okay.
Um, Anybody who knows me personally knows I'll get up out of a chair and I'll stagger because I'm ready to fall down.
Okay. So like
So,
those
but I
heavy
ca- but I
stand
catch
up
my
with a bottle of
balance.
Budweiser in your hand, or like,
No,
okay,
like I said, I've gotten accused of being drunk a lot,
no,
and I
no,
have
no.
not drank
Okay.
anything.
Yeah.
And and even when I in 2015 when I decided, oh heck, let me buy a motorcycle. I don't even like the people who I used to worry back in the day. I don't even like them anymore. But yeah, I had to really I had balance issues. So I have had balance, and that's why I was never able to really get on a ladder again. But
Okay.
I will climb on a ladder and go do a roof on a friend's house.
Okay. Yeah.
And I got to be extra careful because I suddenly lose my balance and I could fall off a roof or something like that. So I got back on the tradesman horse just because of friends and family. I mean, I've probably done 3 or 4 roofs since then.
Okay.
Um, all kinds of other things like that.
Wow.
We just did a roof here 2.5 years ago.
And you were part of that?
Yeah, we
Wow.
stripped off 50, 60, 65 years of shingles and put a new
Okay.
roof on this house.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you get up, you get up tomorrow morning, what might be one thing that you're like, this is lingering from the traumatic brain injury? Like one thing.
Back pain.
Back pain? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
back pain, and the other thing is fits of confusion.
Okay. So tell me about that.
Well, it definitely occurred back then, more so. I think there's now maybe some leftover injury coupled with old age that's
Okay.
causing it to be more noticeable now.
Sure.
Another thing, I don't remember if I told you, but my dad died of Alzheimer's.
You did tell me that. Yeah.
So there's some bad DNA potentially. I mean, they still don't know what causes it, but
Right.
I mean,
Right.
he was in the Navy for 10 years, and he scraped a lot of lead paint too, like me, on the sides of the houses.
Okay.
He scraped it off the sides of boats, but yeah. So there's toxicity involved because I did work with a lot of toxic materials for plenty of years. So I don't know. I can't say what I can attribute just only to that injury or not.
Okay. Wow. Well, so when I had my bike accident, I don't know, 2017, 2018, I incurred a concussion from that, which was a significant, concussion. And I remember like checking myself over. My bike was still in the road, all mangled, and then I was like, I was like sure that I had broken bones, right? Like, but I'm like, I don't see anything that's like poking out here from the skin and stuff like that. And I was totally in shock. And I was able to bike home in one gear, and was bleeding like profusely. So like it was hard to even hang on the steering wheel. And like it was weird too, because people slow down, but they wouldn't stop to be like, "You okay, buddy? All right, you look good. Keep going." I'm like, hey, like I'm probably seriously hurt here. Like, I'm not sure I'm as good as what you think I am. But I got home, and
You
all
can
I
be in
remember,
shock and look. You can be in shock and look perfectly normal.
I wasn't
right?
I was in shock. I was
Yeah.
completely in shock. And I got home, and my wife and kids were actually at my mother-in-law's house. And I got into the house, and um, I don't remember exactly if I called my doctor or if I just went in then to the. So I live like literally a mile from the hospital in my town.
Hmm.
I went in, and they're like, "Yeah, you have a concussion." And then, bandage the wounds and burns on my arm. So I had to wear like sleeves and stuff like that, burned on my arm. And my leg's still like all scarred up from that. But
Road rash.
yeah. And just, all the stones I had to pick out from all this. It was just, and I remember like, I remember it kind of like, it was kind of like movie-ish. It wasn't real to me. And that night when I was home, so then like, people are calling and they're checking in, like every 30 minutes, stuff like that. I watched a series of The Dark Knight, Batman. You ever watch Batman when you're concussed? It's like you're there. Like I'm like part of the scene. Like it was the craziest thing. Like, why would I do that? But anyway, the next day I got
You
out.
got to stay awake. Well, that's why they tell you to stay awake.
They told you to stay awake, and
that's why I didn't get any painkillers the whole time I was in the hospital.
I had no painkillers, no nothing, and they gave me these directions, and I remember the next day I went out, and there were bloody footprints all the way into the house, and along the side of my car was blood from, it's just been dripping down on my arms and stuff, and my bike was and I was just, oh my God, it was, but anyway, it was, thankfully, I didn't have any lasting cognitive effects, from that. The helmet took the beating, and physically, just all scars that healed and stuff like that. But it was really weird. And yeah, going out biking, I went out biking pretty fast after that. I mean, maybe like 7-10 days. I was hurting. This is bad.
Yeah.
But I went out and continued. But it's one of those things. I think in the message here to people is that when something kind of a sentinel event happens to your life, like you have to pause and take stake of like, is this something that'll change me forever, or like, am I going to like revisit that? Whether it's, I had Atham Aldikwa on the show, and he's a caver, and he talked about one time when he was caving, somebody was lowering him down with a rope, and the rope, something malfunctioned, and he fell, and he broke his like shoulder arm or something. And like, he's like, well, I love caving, so I'm going to continue to go caving. But, some people, they'd be like, that's it. I'm done. I'm never doing this again. And I think
I can see that. I mean, you got to really love something to go back to it after a serious injury.
Okay.
I think. I don't think the normal people just, I went hang gliding, and I fell in the ocean because my kite, collapsed in midair, and then a shark bit my leg off. I don't think it's normal for people to go back to that after, unless they really, really, really loved what they were doing.
I had no, yikes. Yeah. Okay. Holy smokes.
My metaphors are all over the place, by the way.
Holy smokes. I just got bit by a shark. So, all
From
right.
hang gliding.
From hang gliding. That's not the way you expect to.
You ever see Sharknado? All right, never mind.
Holy smokes. Yeah. So Robert wrote a comment here. Dang, glad you're still here, Doc. Yeah. And I actually had a necklace with a cross, a crucifix on it. The crucifix was 500 years old, which is a fact. And I went out the next day and I found it on the road, and it was run over, and I took it to a jeweler to have it redone. So it's pretty cool. Like I don't have it on right now, but there's certain times that I wear it. But I was like, crucifix didn't help me that day. Well, maybe it did help me survive, but okay.
You never know what helps you. You just
I don't.
never know.
I remember the first car that passed was like a red 2-door, like a small car, and I just remember it passed slow, and then it just kept going, and I was like, whoa. And then also it changed my whole perspective on what I pack for safety or first aid. Like I pack a heavy first aid supply. When I go out biking, for example, it's like 100 miles. It's a day trek, and
Yeah.
I've got a huge supply of safety stuff on there that I wish I would have had during that initialized things that I learned. But let's take a change of pace. So let me go
Sure.
through the questions and see if there's any. This has been great, Seth. Thank you so much. So let me go through here. Sharknado, Zippy. So Zippy is one of our regulars here in the chat. So thanks, Zippy. Yeah, Adrenaline, Sharknado. That was a cool. Vanessa wrote, blacking out is frustrating. You don't always get the tunnel vision to stop. It goes black and you wake up having fallen. Yeah. So sorry, to hear about that. So one of the things I did in writing about the velocity of information. Now I wish I could hold it up here's my book, ouch. I just hit myself with this book, but minor concussion there. I think it's a level 1. Like if we did it by mini mental, I'd still know 9 out of 10 questions. But School of Airs is the, I don't even know where it's going with it, but School of Airs was my first book. So, but my second book I wrote about how people function during chaos and short-term chaos of maybe a week, and then chaos a month, and then years and stuff like that. But I wanted to, to change the pace in this show. And in part of my book talks about how do you really find out what's authentic information, especially in, for example, year 2020, when the news is telling you all of these things like the hospitals are overrun, the stores are out of everything, and whatever, this authentic information. But you were telling me that when you were, after your children, right, had been, young kids or getting to be a little bit older, you started to have these questions of like, I don't know if what the media is telling me is accurate. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So tell me about that process when you're like, I'm not sure this is the narrative.
All right. So leading up to before I eventually got married and had kids, and leading up to that point, I couldn't care if the world burned or not, as long as they left me out of it, right?
Okay.
But things would happen that I couldn't explain. Like I think I used an example of, one day you go to the gas station and gas is 50 cents a gallon. Next day you go, it's 89 cents a gallon. You go like, what happened yesterday? That this happened. So,
right.
And then information starts trickling in, and back in the day before the internet, and you had newspapers, radio, and television to tell you what was going on. And
right.
and it dawned on me later on, after I started learning a lot about what's really going on, that it's the narrative is controlled very tightly.
It is. Yeah.
You don't get news, you get appropriate news.
So when did this happen? Like, how old were you when you kind of got to this point of like, what the hell? Like,
yeah. So, my oldest daughter just turned 26. So
okay.
26 years ago, I really started to question things. I'm like, okay, I don't really care about myself and others, but now I have children and I actually do care about them.
Yes.
So I started to pay attention more. I started now, trying different news channels, different news sources, talking to people a little bit more about, what's going on. Of course, there's always water cooler talk, oh, the price of gas went up, oh, that's this, you'd hear 5 different stories and they all sounded like they came from, ABC News.
Right.
You know,
Yes.
because I don't know if CNN was much of a thing back then. It was around for sure, but it was more, network news was the more mainstream. So yeah, like I said, before that, I didn't care. After my kids were born, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna bring them into this world, and what world am I bringing them into, and how does it work? You know, I started I started noticing how incongruent everything was that I was, you know, that I was being told. So things didn't make sense. And then because my short-term memory wasn't all that great, but my longer-term memory was better.
Right. Right.
So like I can remember, the story they reported 6 months ago, and I'm hearing them report a story now that completely contradicts it. And so I started noticing the incongruencies of all the media that was being, you know, directed at me. And I was a TV watcher, just like all the other TV watchers. I grew up with TV. I think we were the first people on our whole street that got a color television. You know, that's how old I am.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I remember the delivery truck brought the whole neighborhood over to see what was going on
That is
back
so
in the day.
cool.
Small town kind of
Yep.
place.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we learned to trust everything that came on the TV. So it was unconditional. I mean, it was just you just kind of knew,
Right.
right? I
Right.
mean, that's kind of where most people started out. But I started seeing the discrepancies, the incongruencies. Um, I was hearing the contradictions from the same people about the same issue.
Okay.
Two different, months later broadcasts versus months ago broadcasts and I'm like, I started thinking, I don't think these people really know
Right.
what the answer
Like,
is.
I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay.
So at first I started, attributing it to incompetence, and the more I looked into it, and it was quite a journey actually, um, that went over several, a couple decades plus, that I started realizing they're not incompetent, they're just evil. They just do what they're told.
No,
you
no,
know.
you're right on. You're right on.
But
Yeah.
that's the longest story condensed down into one
So
statement.
once you and so this was something one of my friends in the media said, you know what, even like like a big time media person, they're maybe getting paid 150,000 a year to be in front of people and read a teleprompter and stuff like that, and whatever narrative it is. And then when they kind of realize it's not true and they start to question it, they're just like, goodbye. We'll just hire somebody else, and they'll be in your seat for 12 to 18 months, and then we'll hire somebody else.
Only yes men need apply.
Oh yeah. So when you realized this, like well, tell me about, because this is essential to the book that I wrote, the velocity of information. It's about building a member chat network and saying, getting 5 people together, for example, and like, so it could be you and me and like 3 other people here in the chat, and saying like, so what are you seeing for inflation at your stores? Like, because the news says everything's in stock, but when I went today, it seemed like quite a bit of the cat food and the ham and cereal was gone. So like, what do you see? So like, tell me how you started to be like, well, how am I going to find out what is authentic?
Well, that's a good one, because I realized when I started really making the transition into going from I believe everything unconditionally to these people can't tell you what time it is without lying. Okay. uh, I know that's a broad statement there, but I started realizing that my friends were not all that reliable.
Oh, so tell me about that. So like, were
Well,
they just repeating the narrative that they had heard, and they're like, well, come on, Sass, this was on the news and we all trust the news, or what was the deal there?
it was a mixture of soup to nuts. You had the crazy conspiracies, which probably ended up being more correct than not. You had I saw it on TV last night, this is what the problem is, and they just regurgitate whatever they saw on TV.
Exactly. Yep.
I was one of those people, way back in the day. And then you got a few of people that would well, there was a couple people here and there that really gave it thought and said, well, they say this, but I also heard this, and then I heard. So when there was some really smart people that I was around, very few, but there were some of them. I was intrigued by their analysis because I'm like, where are you getting all these alternate forms of information? So it's like, well, I read the book, I subscribed to this newsletter, I'm a part of this group. There was a they were more active in the world than I was, as far as being exposed to different news sources or different
Right.
news articles and stuff like that.
Right.
So that kind of intrigued me. So I'm like, well, so there's something other than television where you can get your information. Newspapers, they all pretty much said the same thing. You'd find a couple of alternate stories, and
Did you have someone you went to like that they were they kind of like were like, hey, like you and I kind of think of alike, like we're both kind of questioning what's happening out there?
well, the internet did exist when I started questioning things.
Okay.
Really. Okay, so it did exist. I might have invented the internet with Al Gore in the beginning.
Right. He invented the internet. A lot of people don't know that, but it's a fact, right?
I think my first handy computer didn't even have a hard drive.
Oh my god!
It just had a 5.25 inch floppy. That's all it was, and I think 16K.
Yeah, I remember those days, man. I completely. Yeah, I was there.
I think I had 16K of memory. Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, so the internet. After I invented the internet, I started reading from it. I signed up on some bulletin boards. A lot of it was crap, but some of it was, good posts. Like, it was kind of like face validity in a
Yes.
sense, like back in the old days where all you had was a list of texts. You had text from different usernames. So that was a bulletin board.
Okay.
And if you read through some of these texts, you got some crazy stuff, but you'd hear somebody from Paris posting something on there.
Yes.
About what happened in Paris that day. So it really started to open my eyes about where do you get information from. So there wasn't any news organization. It was just people posting a few paragraphs on a bulletin board. That's all it was.
And for people who are listening, they're like, "What's bulletin?" That was kind of the early days of the internet. I mean, it's kind of like discussion thread based stuff, and you're right. Like I remember that too. I was able to pull off information from people who did that. So that's amazing. Okay.
Yeah, and you couldn't search the internet. You had to like.
Right.
You had to like know the bulletin board name and type it in correctly, or else you would never ever see it.
It's like that Uncle Rico in what was the movie? Vote for Pedro. Come on, people here in the chat. Napoleon Dynamite. It was like the Napoleon Dynamite movie. But yeah, no, I'm with you. I know exactly what you're saying. And then so you start to get this, and then let me ask this: did you?
It's like a crack in the shell. It's like cracks in the shell kind of thing.
Did you feel that then people? So how did that impact the relationship of people around you? Were they like, "Oh, come on, Sass, like fall in line with the rest of us," or like, we're with you, or they're like, "Okay, you kind of," because
I wasn't very conspiratorial back in the day.
Okay.
I was more showing just a general interest in all different types of thought processes. So I was kind of like grasshopper, more like than sensei. So, and my career was new to me. The internet was burgeoning. The desktop computer was, the first IBM AT was like $10,999.
Sounds like I can only get 3 of those.
This was back when the dollar was actually worth 99.5 cents.
Oh my God! Yeah,
that was like a $20-something, $30,000 computer today, more than likely. So, but yeah, so it was more of a learning process. So I didn't just rag on all my friends and just get rid of. I had a lot of my friends were from either from family marriage, or work related. I still had maybe one or two childhood friends, but we didn't associate that much anymore. So most of the people I was involved with were professionals. It was in business, so it
Okay.
was at the office. Programmers, data entry, accountants, data center people. So the quality of information was better, but it was still, a lot of it was still just regurgitated from the nightly news.
Right. People just telling you what they. So so how
But
did
then
you
there were
get?
the few there were the few that pointed you to a billboard, or an article or something else where it was like, so your interest was technological. You
Yeah.
ended up getting more information by pursuing those.
So do you remember anything in particular, like you started to research and like, whoa, this is different than what I've kind of been led to believe, like maybe the
It was
US versus Russia or whatever it was.
yeah, it was a process. Probably the biggest smack across the face to wake up was the Iraq and Afghanistan war. I was literally for those wars because I watched television. I didn't
Right.
want to go to war. I knew war was hell, but I was convinced that we were being attacked by these people because that's what they did. They convinced of that.
No, I believe
So,
the same thing. Yeah.
but then later on, I started getting all the inklings about regime change and imperialism and and it's like, and I started looking at, because I don't know if I told you this, but after high school, after I dropped out of school and all that, and I was kind of running around lost before the accident, I went to my dad and talked to him about potentially joining the service.
Okay.
And he just, my dad was a veteran from World War II and Korea.
Yeah.
Okay, Navy. And he just put up his hand and said, "No way you go into the service." And it was the exact opposite of what I expected from him.
That is weird. Yeah. Okay.
And he started explaining it to me. And my dad was probably the first person to tell me a conspiracy theory. Because he said, he said the military, I forget his exact words, but basically what he's telling me is the military is used as a pawn for the politicians.
Right.
He's like, it's not like it was back in World War II.
There was something to that of I'm going to try to write it here. Weingartner rule.
I did tell you I was a hippie, right?
I don't know if you're really a hippie. You don't seem like a hippie.
I was a hippie. Yeah.
Okay.
I grew up in the, in the 60s and 70s.
Okay.
And there was a lot of anti-war.
Yeah.
I had a lot of hippie friends. I had long hair. I looked like D'Artagnan from the Three Musketeers.
All right.
So it was after I was kind of growing out of that I approached my dad about, going into the military. I was thinking Coast Guard because we had the academy right here in Connecticut.
Yeah.
A little did I know they would have laughed me out of there, Yeah, they had high standards.
Oh.
They had very high standards.
I wasn't in the service, but if I was always thinking Coast Guard. Like I had a friend in the Navy, but I grew up in Wisconsin, right? So we had Coast Guard on the Great Lakes, and in summer when I go up, and my parents like up in Superior, they let you tour the ships, the Coast Guard cutters when they were in harbor and stuff. So that was kind of cool. So when you're talking about the government, so your dad talking about like don't join the military. So one of the things too is like in 1980s when 1980, CNN came online, and one of the things CNN started to do is they like didn't know what to cover because they're like, how the hell do we fill 24-hour news?
I remember when they came online.
Right. So
yeah, I don't remember the stories, but I remember them.
They started
like
to
it
cover
was unheard of to have a 100% news network.
completely.
That was the first one.
and they were covering like, Senate hearings and stuff, but people were like, okay, like enough of this. So they started to cover like, Kosovo and places where there was conflict. And what was happening was that the so people were watching this at home, and then also their senators and representatives. They were getting pressure to use the military in a humanitarian way, and the military wasn't designed for that. Other than a short term intervention, a hurricane hit somewhere, or earthquake, could jump in and jump out, but not kind of this long term stabilizing, come in and be this humanitarian force. But so Casper Weinberger. So sorry, Weingartner rule something else. It's a legal rule I use in my law classes, but it's Weinberger. So you have to bear along with me here. Let me just, if you type this in, like you're ever going back, people are like, what is this Weinberger?
I'm rubbing off on you, Doc.
No. So Casper Weinberger. So anyway, he was part of Reagan's cabinet. But Weinberger was saying, hey, like we have to have these rules. So when we're going to put our military into harm's way, it has to be for military reasons, right? Not humanitarian reasons, because there was a ton of pressure back in the early 80s to do this, especially in the Reagan administration. So that was one thing too. Like if you were joining the military in the 80s, like you could end up in a lot of situations that wouldn't have been the military prior to the 80s. Well, I guess you go back to Vietnam,
and that was shortly after Vietnam. Our military was depleted badly after Vietnam.
Huge, no, absolutely. So
I missed the draft by like a year.
Really?
Yeah.
So, so we have a guy in the chat here, Bull Rush, from Texas. He said, "Who's the old dude?" So I'll introduce myself. I'm Doc. And this here is Tom Selleck with me. So you might know him from Magnum PI and Mr. Baseball or other shows he's done. But yeah, so it's Tom Selleck. So I'm the old guy though. I'm Doc. So our good friend Bull Rush from down in the state of Texas. So Bull Rush is trying to figure out how he's going to keep his electric on once the power starts to get pulled through the wires there as the temps drop. So, but yeah. But what he does is he has razors, so he like rubs them together really fast. It's kinetic energy; it creates heat. So it's kind of an interesting process. So you guys are funny. Hey, it's Marty, by the way. It's our good friend Marty in sales, Marty the paint eater. And by the way, so Marty, at the start of the show, one of the things Sass used to do early on was scraping paint. So I remember
lead paint.
I remember we bought our house.
Scraping and sanding. Yes.
I remember we bought our house, and the I don't know, whatever the hell, the realtor that sold it to us. Like at the very end step, she's like, and by the way, because your house was built in 1979, we have to tell you like there could be lead paint. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I don't care. Like, it's fine. Like I'm not going to eat the paint, and I'll make sure it's painted over for the kids. But I used to coach basketball. And at the school I coached at, it was a private Catholic elementary school. And one day these inspectors, whatever, walked into practice, and they said, practice is done. There's asbestos on the ceiling in the gym. And every time like a ball hit the ceiling, like it would flake down. And I'd be like, oh, okay. And then like practice was done. And then, a couple days later, like whatever, they did abatement to the roof or the ceiling. But anyways, it's crazy. Hey, a shout out to our good friend Red Crusader in Ohio. So Red, today was very windy here in Wisconsin, and
cold. 9 degrees.
And it was 9 degrees at this. It's colder now. 9 degrees at the start, and windy as hell. So like it was garbage can day, and our garbage was really heavy because we have cats. So like all the cat litter, like I clean out, like it weighs it down. But my neighbors, like I live on a hill. So like they're the garbage bins they roll out
everywhere.
They're all over the place. Like I'm driving like the road, and I'm having to like weave around all this stuff that's out there, and I'm like, oh my god. So it was windy as hell, and I used to be okay with that until a tree fell on our house during a tornado like 2 years ago, and then I'm like, so I had all these trees cut back this year, so now I'm more confident, But yeah, I'm like, so anyway, Red, like you have to look forward to that tomorrow. 100-mile-an-hour sustained winds in 0 degrees and lightning and frequent UFO attacks. That was another thing. You're like, just don't. Yeah, the UFO attacks were a bitch today. A lot of UFOs to deal with. One thing, you don't shine a flashlight at them. You don't fire guns. Or Sass knows the whole rule. You don't fire a gun at them. You don't anything to intimidate me, just kind of lay it
Not
all.
unless you want me to fire back. Yeah.
There's a two-way, like Sassed was really the inspiration for the movie Independence Day.
Somebody tries to kill you. You try to kill them right back. That's my motto.
That's the rule when you're dealing with alien, like UFOs and stuff like that. Yeah, that's the thing they kind of, they gloss over, but it's like once they engage, like you're all in with that battle.
I'm all in.
So yeah, like I have an entire room in my basement with anti-UFO type devices, ray guns, magnetic rail guns, devices, anything up there. I'm ready to go. So I'm thinking they're not going to deal with this house, but it's kind of a weird thing here, Sass, as we talk about this, because when I was writing my book, Velocity of Information, it was back like in March, when there was this news coming out from the federal government saying, oh, by the way, we've been tracking UFOs on, and we're going to come out and release some information, which really never happened. And I was like, well, I don't really know what's up with
that.
This,
that and Q people.
Right. So I'm like, holy shit, like, okay. And then they show some video, which was, of course, like it's shot with a 0.5 megapixel, camera. I'm like, how do I have
clues in there somewhere?
Just wait here. I'm gonna prove. How do I have in my drawer here a 6-year-old, camera that shoots, still like, by God, it's on it, still getting messages. Well, this isn't good. It's probably tracking everything we're saying right now. But how the hell do you not have some resemblance of a high definition camera?
They could read my license plate from space.
They can read your license plate from space, yet this thing flying 100 feet from them is fuzzy, and I'm
going to believe the Loch Ness monster photos and the UFO.
Right?
People
these are
gullible.
Great questions, right?
People
these are face validity
gullible.
questions, and I think Vanessa was writing about these too. I mean, these are face. So yeah, part of me is like, well, okay, and so what's the deal? Like, I want to hear more about this, but. So what I'm going to do here is we are not done with the show. Sass, you still got time, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good. So what I'm going to do is kick us over to a break for 60 seconds, and then we will be right back. For those of you in the business, this is known as a bathroom break, or more West Coast, a piss break, or whatever Doc, you want to call it.
I'm on the old side. Could you make it 120 seconds?
I'll play it twice. All right, so I need to re-edit this to make it a longer clip now. So actually, I'm having a commercial made for the new book by the same guy that made the commercial for the first book, which is great, 60 seconds. But now that when that comes in, I can pair the two up. Like 120 seconds is a pretty good bathroom break. But the older I get, like that's got to get longer. It's got to be like Terrence Pop, where it's kind of like his own mini. To be honest,
series. It would have to be, it'd have to be 600 seconds.
So those of you out there,
enough of that.
This is a time.
I'll be back when I'm back.
This is the intermission, but do not leave the show. We will be right back, everybody. So again, this is your good friend Sass and Doc. We'll be right back. 60 seconds. So thank you so much.
A must-read for parents, teachers, and taxpayers. Dr. David Perodin has written the most honest book about the $3 billion school safety industrial complex. Attorney James Sibley proclaims, a brave demonstration of speaking truth to power. School of Errors rips the lid off the billion-dollar school safety industry. Using real-world examples of successful responses in desperate situations, David contrasts the expensive window dressings pitched to panic parents with the inexpensive and effective approaches proven to actually work. Read this book before you let your school waste another precious dollar on meaningless safety theater. Buy the international bestseller School of Errors, Rethinking School Safety in America, now at Barnes & Noble or Amazon. A must-read for parents, teachers, and taxpayers. Dr. David Perodin has written the most honest book about the $3 billion school safety industrial complex. Attorney James Sibley proclaims, A brave demonstration of speaking truth to power. School of Errors rips the lid off the billion-dollar school safety industry. Using real-world examples of successful responses in desperate situations, David contrasts the expensive window dressings pitched to panic parents with the inexpensive and effective approaches proven to actually work. Read this book before you let your school waste another precious dollar on meaningless safety theater. Buy the international bestseller School of Errors, Rethinking School Safety in America, now at Barnes & Noble or Amazon.
Well, hey, like I played it twice, so
I'm out of breath.
my God. That's why there needs to be a bathroom right off the office here. When I did the remodel, it's still one room over, which isn't close enough, but it's it's so funny, but
that's a perk for working at home.
It is
right down the hall.
Yeah, it is.
That's clean.
It is a perk down here. So there's a growing number of perks down here in the North Star Recording Studio. So I have a wall to the left of me, which is going to be painted, which will enhance. I actually have all of the tentative book covers. Well, the book cover was decided for the Velocity of Information, but I have all of the draft covers from the publisher still up on the wall, plus like paint samples. I mean, it's kind of like eclectic over there, but eventually here in the next couple of weeks, that wall is going to look Southwestern. It's kind of going to be my Southwestern theme down here, but it's weird. So
I did want to mention one more thing when we were talking about, how did I cope with my, my new, the way my brain started working after. I think we talked about, you and I had talked about, how did I get along in my career? How did I make a career?
Yeah.
Based on, all the injuries and stuff like that. So one of the things I had to alter in my life was how I focused on things.
Okay.
All right. So, I for years have kind of thought to myself as overcompensating for disabilities.
Okay.
All right. So what I would do is, because I learned a lot of things in IT, I ended up, from the decollating the 6-part paper on a 4-part decollator, I might add. I had to decollate everything twice. I punched cards. I got really good at muscle memory. So that was one of the things that helped me cope with diminished, capacity for thought. So
right.
So I learned how to take eye, muscle, and thought together to try to learn things better that way. So I would do things over and over again, and eventually, I would find these different things that I was better at in IT than others, and I would focus on those. And then what happened is I started becoming expert in certain things.
Yeah.
So there are people in IT that you can ask them any question, they got an answer. They know IT inside and out, from soup to nuts. I had to specialize more to utilize whatever assets I did have. So I would focus a lot and become an expert in certain things.
So tell me like 1 or 2 things where you're like, I'm zoning in, I'm going to be an expert in these areas.
Well, one of the things I didn't mention, I work for various IT companies, businesses, retailers, manufacturers. But I ended up, somehow I ended up at IBM, and I worked for them for on and off for 23 years. Well, mostly on for 23 years. And actually it's funny because I applied for one job, and then on my first day I found out I had a different job.
Okay.
It's the IBM way. So I was in a department called Performance and Capacity. So we did performance and capacity management for mainframes. I did that for the IBM Corporation. and I also did it for IBM's commercial customers, their outsourced customers.
Okay.
So,
Gotcha.
so I learned what I could from all my peers, and everybody's really good at the company about sharing, and I found some things that they didn't want to deal with.
Okay.
Like my peers, they didn't want to deal with it. It was hard, or it was something they didn't enjoy. So I started focusing on those things, and I became experts in the things that the rest of the team didn't want to get involved in.
Gotcha.
So I became like everybody's go-to guy on these certain subjects. One of them was RACF security. Okay, nobody wanted to deal with security because it was incomprehensible to them. They were focused on other things. The other one was uh, in the late '80s, early '90s. IBM had moved from a control statement control Parm Live control statement management of their mainframes to what was called a workload manager management of mainframes. And it's technical stuff. If you don't know what it is, it's not going to sound like anything. But I became an expert in that workload manager product also.
Okay.
So like from the ground floor. So when they said, well, we're gonna convert all of IBM to this workload manager format, I raised my hand. I said, I want to work on that. And so I worked on it from the ground floor, and I became one of the experts in the country on that
Holy
particular
smokes.
product.
Awesome.
So, me and like maybe a half a dozen other people for North America
Wow.
at the time, and and another thing I focused on was logical partition. That's a whole. I would need a show just to explain
I have
that.
no idea what any of this is.
Well, it's you take a mainframe and you cut it up into 60 separate systems.
Okay.
That was at the time. I mean, I think now it's 85, but at the time you can literally have 60 separate partitions on a mainframe.
Holy smokes. Okay.
It could be separate systems, or they could be in what's called a systemplex, where they can talk to each other. So it was pretty complicated. I actually became I volunteered for a project. So this is when I used to raise my hand and volunteer. I don't do that anymore. I stopped doing that for a long time. But I would stick my nose in other people's business, and then I would get volunteered too. So there was like three major things that I became an expert in, and I focused on those. And literally, when you become an expert in some things, if you're not an expert in everything else, they don't care.
Okay.
Okay. So that's how I kind of carved out my niche in that field. So
would that be something you suggest to people right now? Is like, look at the areas where there's a need, but people are like, I don't really want to get into that because it's like, the nitty gritty or whatever. But like, if you get into that, like, you can really set yourself apart.
It depends on if there's some kind of job security or longevity into it, because there's a lot of junk out there that you can focus on that has no future.
Like, what would be one of those? Like, you're like, don't focus on this. It doesn't have a future.
Well, being a document writer,
okay,
you could be replaced by AI, more or less.
Gotcha.
Being an editor, right? And I'm just throwing those aren't necessarily IT related, but document writer is. The whatever the new buzzword is, it's nice to be on the ground floor, but it's not a lifetime career. That's the problem,
right?
Because there a lot of these things that come through, they wave through the corporations like a brush fire. A lot of them are fads,
right?
Like, everybody's been trying to replicate Toyota for lean manufacturing.
Yep,
we literally did Toyota lean manufacturing.
Yes.
Doesn't apply to IT. It just doesn't.
Right.
Right. But they, square peg, round hole. They, they have to have to do their best with it. But it's always some higher up somewhere that gets a multi-million-dollar funding to do something that's going to, it's going to be the panacea to save the
Oh
country.
yeah, yeah. I
That's
see it a lot in school
typical,
administration.
typical,
Yeah.
right? And a lot of what you talk about, I can relate to from that actually,
Okay. Yeah.
because
It's
So I just wanted to touch on that, so we
no.
can get
Thank
back on
you.
track.
And we have a question here from the chat. And thank you, Stingray. I've kind of come to the, I'm like, there's so much that happens over in the chat, which I appreciate. But if you have a question, please just type question capital letters, and then it'll kind of stick out to me because I don't have the super chat ability yet, where you can give me 25 cents. I have to get 1,000 subs, which we're close. I think we're at the 833 subs as of today. The show's up like 300 subs in the last month. But so Stingray has a question, and the question is, as hopefully you can see on screen, has anyone who's had a TBI ever experienced their belief system change dramatically after the TBI? So maybe, well, I guess Sass, tell me, did you have what you would encounter as a belief system, or maybe?
Well, I was brought up Catholic,
Yeah, so was I. Okay.
okay, and my mom is a devout Catholic, and sister, brother, cousins and stuff. So there's a few throughout the family that are pretty religious. Right down. They know all the doctrine. I have literally two sisters that are like that. So
Okay.
anytime I have a doctrine question, I always ask one of my sisters. And I raised my kids Catholic because I wanted them to have something other than Disney. So,
Right.
I did the best I could with it. But as far as my belief system changing, I think it was. I don't know if this is belief system, but I stopped wasting life as much as I did before.
Okay.
So things started to matter to me more because I did realize that I could have been gone.
Right.
And I probably should have been.
Right. Right.
I mean, you could say God was looking out for me, or you could just say you're one dumb, lucky son of a gun. But either way, I, I I changed my attitude. My attitude changed. I didn't want to start wasting, and that's why I ended up, when I got into the career, I made a lot more friends. Mostly acquaintances, but friends. I would volunteer to help people more. I
Okay.
was, it's kind of like all around nice guy kind of thing. If people needed help doing something, I would just volunteer. And as a result, people, I guess they liked me.
Yeah.
When you help them out, people usually like you if you help them a lot. So
Oh, absolutely. You bet.
so it wasn't, and and I learned how to distinguish between me enabling other people to be terrible humans and me helping people who needed a hand up or just needed a favor. So there. I turned out to be more loyal to my friends, more or less.
Okay. Okay.
But
So would you say belief, let's say belief in God or church or anything, did any of that pivot to I'm going to focus more on people around me or less in church or anything that, I don't want to
well,
steer this. I'm just wondering
yeah,
based on the question that was presented.
yeah. I wasn't a churchgoer per se. After my required, confirmation and all that, I kind of didn't want to go anymore. I mean, I'm just normal in that respect. And when I after I got married, my ex-wife, she started going to church, so I started going with her.
Okay.
So I wasn't opposed to it, but I didn't put it up in front of everything else. Like, go to church with me on Sunday or go, help Richie put an addition on his house.
Right.
I'd go with Richie.
Okay.
That's the way
Richie's like, hey, I'm building a chapel. So then it's kind of tough. What do you do? Because it's kind of like church, right? No. Okay.
But my attitude was more, live your life more, because it could be gone, So I started enjoying life better, and I was less angry, I think, afterwards.
Yeah. It's interesting too that sometimes we have to have this sentinel event that happens, and for some people it's the year 2020, until people are like, I need to really appreciate what I have now and what I'm doing now. And it's so funny because like I was sharing with you, we have a new vehicle arriving. It's arriving forever, um, but like when I was younger, if a vehicle had a scratch on it or something or whatever, like I would have been kind of upset about that, right? Like, and now I'm kind of like, well, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, we can deal with that and whatever. It's just it was so funny. I mean, it was even the way when we first moved here 20 years ago. Um, in summer, when the lawn would start to dry out, I would go out at night and mix up a solution to paint the lawn green, so in the morning it would be green again. Just because it was the neighborhood we lived in, like people like green lawns, and I didn't have a sprinkler system and in ground and stuff like that. I'd be like, well, I would never do that today, like that to me is. But yeah, would I be nice to my neighbors, and would I lend them anything? Or it's one thing where I live. I think we're talking about this today. So those of you in the chat, if you are somewhere where it's not minus 20 degrees now, awesome for you, because that's not where I'm at. I'm at where it's minus 20 degrees right now. And by the way, like, yes, that does suck. But what I do is, when it's, and we don't have snow right now. So, hey, welcome to our good friend Chad Elkins in the house, by the way.
Shout out to Chad.
Our celebrity CPA from Chicago, CPA of the stars here. So Chad Elkins.
Chad, we have to get together soon. We really have to.
He is a great guy, and I had the honor of having a supper with Chad Elkins once, and the hype is legit. In person, it is just as awesome as it is over the airwaves. So Chad is a great guy. So thank you so much, Chad, for being here. But I will go out and I mean, this isn't I'm not trying to like bring, like Doc and whatever, but I'll get up in the morning and go over to my neighbors' houses and plow out their driveways, especially, the ends that get plowed in. And my elderly neighbors, I'll do this. And it goes back to when I was a kid. My dad would always get my brother and I up like at 4 a.m, and he'd be like, get over here with the grain shovels and like, clear out Eddie and Vi and all these people. And they were World War II veterans or widows or stuff like this back, in the 70s. And I never, at the time, I never liked doing it. But now looking back, it was like obviously the right thing to do. But it is so important for me personally, like to go out and to do these things, like for other people and my neighbors around. Like my one neighbor, they're in their 90s, like right next to us. And I'll be like, don't worry about it. Like if we get a big snowfall, I've got you covered. I'll be, I'll clear your place out and I'll monitor it and stuff, because they're always worried about like, well, what if we have to go somewhere, like, or if the taxi has to come pick us up, or so it's this big anxiety thing. And I'm like, don't worry about it. I got you covered. And it's so cool to do that. And then I'm also thinking like, well, my parents, like where they live, or like when I get older, like, or if someone, if I would want people to do this for me. I would want that I lived in a neighborhood where people would do this. I mean, it was really weird, Sass, because a couple of years ago we had this tornado hit our neighborhood and like everything got ripped to hell and a tree fell on our house. It just sucked. But like down from me, yeah, God, that was down for me. Like it was just decimated. Like the roads were blocked off and like people's homes were just smashed. I mean, everything was just destroyed. And I went down there with my saws and a wheelbarrow, and I worked for like 3 days, pretty much like straight. Like I, just like sun up to sundown, just like help and just ask people, can I cut things up for you? Can I move things out to the end of the road what can I do to help you? And it was weird because at first people didn't kind of know how to interact. I'm like, yeah, I'm Dave. I'm like right up the road here. Like I'm like, yeah. You've seen me before, right? And it was weird because people are kind of guarded on how they interact when people help them. And I hit this point though, where I was like so tired physically. I mean, cause I'm not a young guy anymore. And I kind of, was pushing myself like I was, but I was so physically beat after the first 2 days. Like I got home and I just kind of collapsed. But I said, like, I always thought, like, come, and still to this day, like, it was absolutely the right thing to do, like, to come down and just say, your world's been turned upside down. Half your house is missing, and your car is upside down, all this stuff. What can I do right now to help you? Can I cut these things up so you can have people pull in your driveway? Can I bring down some food for you? What do you want me? Anything, or else if they couldn't come up with that, I would just suggest things like, can I do this?
Well,
Or I'm gonna do this.
you're talking about the way America was, like everywhere back in the day.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
I mean, before we used to lock our doors, I'm talking about that America, where people were neighborly, people would help strangers. I mean, it's basically, the country was based on Christianity for, a couple hundred years. And, it's like do the right thing or, help your neighbor kind of thing. So, I was brought up kind of the same way. We used to shovel people's driveways. I mean, my driveway was 140 feet
Holy
long.
Smokes. Okay.
And, we had storms, trees were down, we had a chainsaw, so, me and my brothers would help out neighbors and stuff like that. So, first you help yourself and then you help others.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Yeah. I secured our stuff, and I was like, okay, we've been damaged, but like, I've got it remedied, and there's nothing else that's going to happen. So like, at this point, I can go out and help other people.
It's all about who you see when you look in the mirror in the morning. Right?
It is. And something weird for me too was it really stuck out. And I think I did a podcast on this after it happened. Like, my neighbors were uncertain how to accept the help. It's not that they were like, don't help me, but it's like, it was kind of like weird, because I'd be like, I'm here to help. And they're like, okay, like, I don't know what to say, or like, and sometimes I would just have to say, like, I'm going to move that stuff that's blocking your driveway. I'll cut all that up and move it to the side. And then whatever happens from there, it happens. But at least like someone can come in your driveway or something like that. They'd be like, okay. So it's really weird too. And, I've been reading these articles about, like, remember the whole thing of like the JCs or the Lions Club or the Elks Club. And like, these are all dying. Like, no one is going in and participating in these civic organizations. So it's kind of that thing where, this whole thing of helping out either your neighbor or just helping out people is just becoming, I would say, rare and also unfamiliar. Like, people don't know how to interact with that. And maybe like your first reaction is to say no, because either like I'm self-sufficient, or like, I mean, like, no one felt I was going to steal from them. I had wheelbarrows on, and I'm an old man, right?
I think it's gotten to be an uncomfortable thing, because I think, all of the division that has been, propagated throughout all Western cultures, not just here. People don't trust each other.
It is.
What if they're a Democrat? Well, what if they're a Republican? Well, what if they're a Muslim? Well, what if they're, because what if they're a racist or a bigot? Or what if they're against my sex? It's like division is just rampant now. And I think that's because the culture has made it that way. I mean, Hollywood, music industry, newspaper. I mean, news. I call news Hollywood, by the way. I don't see there's any difference between news and Hollywood movie.
Yeah,
I don't see any difference.
I'm with you. I despise the news, and I used to just despise it at kind of a national level. Like a David Muir. When David Muir would every night, like, breaking news coming on tonight, and then whatever it was, I'm like, God, I just hate you. I just don't. I have no respect for you. And then it turned to our local. Like, I'm close to Madison, Wisconsin, and then they started to echo the same thing, and I'm like, come on.
They're typists.
And
they're not journalists.
When I did the piece in my book,
paste.
They're copy and paste, and and if you actually record this on TV, which I started to do, it is 60 minutes. It's 60 to 90 seconds is like their main big breaking, absolute, earth-shattering story.
That's the in-depth. That's the in-depth review.
Yeah. And I did. I interviewed Juan Brown in my book, the velocity of information. And Juan,
Like one. Yeah.
and Juan's a cool dude, right? So, well, I have a chapter on Juan, and actually it was really cool because I was able to get an additional photo that Juan provided where he was right at the spillway at the Orville Dam as they're rebuilding it, like to give him access. So like I contacted my publisher. I'm like, this is kind of late in the game, but can I still include this? They're like, oh yeah, like it's a great photo that provides content. I'm like, that's cool. So Juan, so a great story here in a nutshell is Juan Brown is an airline pilot, but he also has a private plane. Orville Dam in California in 2017 was the biggest dam in California, still is to this day. But behind the dam, the reservoir was rising and the spillway was failing. The concrete was shattering. It was kind of working back. And he knew about this, like it was being covered on the news, but like in 60 or 90 seconds. And he's like, I live close to this. Like, I should know more about this. So he flies up in his plane and he's like, holy smokes. So he does this 5-minute video that gets 500,000 views. And then he starts to go up there and ask people, he's like, what's the deal? Like, how are you going to fix this and things? And I totally believe that if if he wasn't involving himself in this and learning about inflows and outflows and stuff,
nobody would know what's going on.
Right. And people would show up to these hearings in California, the Department of Water hearings. People would fill these big rooms and like the engineers would be talking. And then like people would be like, hey, I have a question for Juan. Like, Juan, when you were over there, like, what did you see with the roller coaster? And the thing was, like, he received a reward for citizen journalism. And when I wrote about Juan in my book, it's early on, because I interviewed Juan, which was really cool. And once, and I said, basically, so the chapter is about how any of us can be a citizen journalist, right? Like we have that ability and there's something to that. And these people are out there. And if we look and we can kind of emulate this. And, but I mean, it was just amazing because I think Juan personally is responsible for saving a massive amount of property and people's lives because
I think at one point they had evacuated 150,000 people because they thought the whole dam was going to let go.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it was a big deal. And like you said, 90 seconds at the most, they give the story,
Yeah. And that was their in-depth story. That was their, yeah. So he's up there and he's covering this and meeting with people. And then he's doing his own research on what is roller compacted concrete. And he's doing research on the history of the dam and the water inflow, outflow. And he did these little like diagrams and little like things he'd make in his house.
I live on the East Coast and I watched every single video about that dam that Juan did. And every single one.
He is just so good. And so the thing is, like, Juan isn't being paid by CNN or ABC or anything like this. And he comes in and he does these things. And also he covered, so many other stories, but one was like the Kobe Bryant crash. So
the helicopter crash.
Yes. Right? Yeah. So he talked about,
he does a lot of airplane crashes now.
Yeah.
And YouTube gives him strikes for that.
Do they? I didn't know that.
He's got to be super careful now.
Holy smokes.
Stop. He can't post any photos of the crashes or anything like that.
Oh God. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So he's,
he's being censored. He's being censored if he's not careful.
Which is a shame because he would be very objective, right? And he's not there to do shock value stuff. He would present as a seasoned airline pilot, and he's also like he's flown tankers over wildfires and stuff like that. I mean, he has a very broad career.
He worked for Cal Fire.
He does. He did. So he would talk about, here's what the report means. So here's what they say with the Kobe Bryant report. Like, here's what this means. And he would interpret it for people. So that's a shame, that happens, right? That would, but he was in 2017. If you lived between Orville and Sacramento being downstream, if the Orville Dam would have failed, Sacramento would have been under 5 feet of water. Juan Brown, in my opinion, from the research I did, was probably the reason that dam was expedited and the remedy with that dam happened the way that it did and likely preserved property and lives. Not to say the dam would have failed, but the attention that because of Juan's citizen as journalists, like the media could no longer could avoid that. Like the Sacramento Bee and the others, like they had to focus on it.
The media all talked about the green spot.
I remember that. right along that wall. There was on
the actual dam.
Right on the actual dam thing. They're like, well, why is it green over there? Is there water getting to it? And wasn't there something? I don't know. Maybe can you help me out with this?
It's just
It
rains in the spring and
right.
the grass
That was
grows.
just kind of
That's
part
all
of
it was.
and they were trying to divert it over to that, and he's like, well, but look at the actual spillway of concrete had halfway down had disintegrated, and then also like the secondary spillway
Emergency
was
spillway.
never meant to be used. It was just like the water going over, and that would quickly fail. So like he came in, and I mean I have respect, because I mean I'm trying to think, like, if I lived in that area, I would want somebody like this who asked the questions but also wasn't invasive and wasn't. And actually the people over at Orville, working on the dam, they welcomed him in. Like, they thought he was like kind of this almost folk hero.
He was fair to them.
He
wanted
was.
to know what their answers were. He wasn't looking for gotchas.
No. Actually, that I wrote that statement in my book. So yeah, it's so that is really cool. So tell me more about when you went from, I know this has been an overused term, but kind of from blue pill to red pill. What did you start to tune into? How did people react to you?
I lost a lot of friends. I can
really?
tell you that.
Okay.
Oh yeah. It's funny because I went red pill the wrong way. I went like Fox News red pill.
Okay.
Which was, controlled opposition, in my opinion. Okay, so looking for information in the wrong places. In other words, if it's on the TV, you don't want it. That's what, eventually I got to that. But it was my side versus your side kind of thing, and people don't like it. If somebody's on one side and you're on the other, that's what I'm saying. This purposeful division that's going on in the country. I think it's, a house divided cannot stand. A house united cannot fall. So, we're divided. I think it's very purposeful. I think there's a lot of, you can call it evil or you just call it bad, but there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that running things in the Western world nowadays.
Right.
So I went your traditional red pill, which was Republicans versus Democrats, more or less. Okay, and I finally outgrew that. By the way, it turned into, well, whoever's a little less evil than the other guy, that's the guy I'll vote for. That's what I probably never voted for anybody. I only voted against people.
Okay.
And the only vote that I was willingly cast was for Donald Trump, because I said, this guy is going to cause nothing but a shakeup. And boy, look what happened, right? He shook everything up. Right. The whole world wanted him out of office. I never seen anything like it in my whole entire life. The whole world wanted Donald Trump out of office.
Right.
And you know what? If the whole world mainstream wants this guy out, I want that guy in. That's where I'm at now. I'm literally anarchist.
Yeah. Isn't it so weird? Isn't it so weird that even, in the last week, we still have references back to, well, when President Trump was telling people to inject bleach and stuff, like, well, come on, like, the guy's not even in office anymore. Like, you've got to move on and move forward with your narratives. And no, like, he never explicitly told people to inject bleach, and nor would anybody, right? But I mean, you're right. I mean, that was amazing.
It seems like our whole political system is middle school.
Yeah.
It's like nobody could ever say, well, I made a mistake, because once you do, they'll never let you forget it.
Oh, you're right.
Or I screwed up, or I did it wrong, and now I'm going to do the right. No, you can't do that. You'll get laughed out, and you'll have to resign. We don't want, and it's not we the people, more or less, although a lot of people are brainwashed into their ideology. But it's like whoever's pulling the strings in the media doesn't, want things to happen a certain way. And that's why, I pick on the education system so much. I think it should all be burned right down to the ground, and we should start from scratch and with a whole new system, that's from home based, internet based. Because it's just, I see the TikTok videos of the teachers of this communism that you're teaching to their 5-year-olds. I mean, this whole system is trashed. Our institutions have failed, or at least they make it seem like they're failed, whether they're all failed or not, I can only see what I can see from my perspective. But things have gotten pretty bad.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, Sass, because, so I'm a retired school administrator and I teach school administration classes. And actually, a funny thing is, like, I'm teaching a class in spring, so I teach law classes, but I was offered to teach an additional one in spring, and I said, "Nah, I've got a book releasing in spring. I got things going on." And then they approached me today and said, "Well, would you be willing to teach it in summer?" And I told my wife, I'm like, whenever they approach you and say, "Would you be willing to teach something in summer?" There's the clear message there is like, no one is willing to teach this right now. Because this is heady, complex stuff, right? So, like, would you be the one to shoulder this? And I'm like, well, no, like, I'm not going to teach this in summer. Like, I have other things I want to do in summer, and I'm not going to take on this class. But as things are, as you said, things are so polarizing, and
men against women, gays against straights, trans against non-trans, right against left, fascists against communists. I mean, the list goes on. Catholics against Protestants. I mean, pick something. Everything's divided. That's what I see from where I'm sitting. Yeah, I mean, my head's pretty clear. I did cancel television in 2009, so I've been more or less television free. And
okay,
I swear to God, my IQ went up 2 or 3 points.
Smart move, man. The only reason I have cable is for the Ghost channel, so, like, I have to stay up on what the latest ghost stuff is up. No, honestly, if I didn't have kids, I mean, most of the stuff we do is like the food channel, like the cooking challenges, so it's just kind of benign. But I'm with you. Like, I have no use for cable television. I think the documentaries died in the 80s. The serious journalistic documentaries. One is when I talk with my students in my legal classes, it's 1983. There's a documentary called Children of Darkness. It was about treating youth with mental illness in residential facilities. It was like an hour long. It's very well done. I'm like, I think that was kind of the last when it comes to schools. I mean, so you talk about school stuff. When I teach school legal issues, I teach aspiring administrators, so like first year superintendents and stuff like that. And I just got done with 2 classes this fall, and I told my wife, I said, I've been teaching this for, like, I don't know, 18, 19 years, and I said, I've never taught where what I teach legally is no longer what actually happens in schools. For example, like truancy. Like, nobody enforces truancy anymore. It just is out the window. If a student
they didn't enforce it when I was skipping school.
So it's great, it's called, and this other thing too is like where staff and student can take mental health days. And then I would question people during class and say, but the thing is, like, if you just take a day off, there is no therapeutic aspect of that unless you actually have a program, something you're assigned to do or whatever that would be. So I said, it's just, it creates more work. Like, if you have 5 days of work to do, let's say Sass, you have 5 days of work to do, or I have 5 days, and then someone tells me, hey, like, you don't have to work Monday, but everything due that week is due on Friday. I'm like, well, okay, like, now I just have 4 days. I have 20% less time to do it.
I remember having the measles and being out for a week.
Holy smokes.
And going back to school and not even recognizing anybody or what the hell they were talking about. I mean, you missed a week back in the day, I mean, things move fast, but most of it's crap now. But so there's. I was referring to the mental health days. You just take time off, and then what? How do you catch up? Now you got more. Now you got more mental problems because you're behind.
No, you're right. You're right on. And I talked about that in a show. I think maybe I didn't. Maybe I just talked about it when I was walking on the track or something like that. And then I thought it was a show, and people were like, "Oh, it wasn't a show. Like, you were just talking to yourself." But Um, but no, this is a terrific point because I brought this up and I said, and at least I talked with my students. I'm like, this whole like mental health day. I said, you have to realize I'm not against mental health, but to just say you're having a day off or a week off or days off, I'm like, that only compounds the issue unless you actually have a therapeutic mental health component with that. Of so people, and it's being badged right now, right? It's really popular in government jobs to have these mental health days, or like if things are too stressful, you go to the anti-anxiety room. Honest to God, that's in my state, right? They have a government at high government levels. They have the anti-anxiety room, which my colleagues who work in those places tell me. And they're like, yeah, if we are in a meeting and people feel like it's becoming too much for them, they can go there and grab a cup of tea. And I'm like, what the hell? Like that.
Yeah, no, there's no more toughness in the world.
There's no toughness,
no mental toughness.
and to me, it's stunning.
I made the connection between what the Marxists said back in the day and what we have now, which they said they would use our freedoms to choke us to death.
Yeah.
And because of all the freedoms and rights that we have, I think it's gone on the way onto the other side of the spectrum. Like there's no expectation of toughness anymore. You can't offend anybody.
Right.
Right.
No,
What do we got? What do we have as a result? We have a very, very weak society now.
When I interviewed Larry Lawton for my book, who was America's biggest jewel thief. He has 1.4 million subscribers on YouTube. He does a show like this. He gets $20,000 in like super chats. And Larry and I were talking, and he said, yeah. And by the way, like Larry only gets to keep a certain amount. Like the rest has to go to restitution. He's a really good guy, and I'm really fortunate that I was able to interview him. But one of the things Larry talked about redundantly to me is he said, people don't debate anymore. And he teaches like young kids or young, people who have interaction with the law are 20 years old. Like you have to see other perspectives. Like you have to understand why somebody might have this perspective. And like when I grew up, Sass, maybe you remember this too in high school, but I remember it wasn't there when I was in high school, but it was when my brother was in high school, who was older than I was. They had the debate teams. So you could be on debate team and you could debate a topic like, what is...
I remember those were the college bound kids.
Okay.
That's what I remember. I don't think I've ever seen a debate at school. So like I said, my school system wasn't all that great back in my day.
All right. So
but I know what the debate team is. I mean,
so yeah, so
you pick a side, and even if you don't even know anything about it or you're against it, and you have to sell it. You have to win the debate.
So I have to know like your position, even though I might not agree with your position. At least I have to know where Sassed is coming from on his position. So that was like the bare minimum, and we don't do that anymore. Immediately, and by the way, I don't think you have the measles. So Solitude, by the way, Sassed doesn't have the measles, and if he does, like it's all right.
Well, I don't have them now, but I had them when I was.
I don't know
I'm
why.
probably the least vaccinated person that you guys know.
so that's
probably had the mumps too.
I'm
pretty sure I did.
So this so that was interesting because I asked Larry, I said, so right now, one of the things he does is I just try to get people to see other perspectives because they wall people off and then they turn to anger and aggression really fast. And of course, that leads you down a bad road. It becomes hate.
It turns into hate.
And
now that word is overused, like, it's like the and it. Hate is now.
Right.
It's pervasive.
You're right on. So people use it. They excuse themselves from any type of critical discussion. And a term that I don't like at all is the term microaggression. And I was going to do a show on that at one point, and maybe I still will. But I feel the word microaggression is where we normally would have debate, which would have resolved a lot of those things. And now it's just like, you're wearing a red hat or whatever. That's a microaggression.
Like David Rubin.
Yeah.
right? I mean, he believes that the conversation should be had and we should talk about it, and that's how we gain more understanding of what's going on around us, right? I mean,
No.
it's touchy feely, but it is necessary in a civilized world, I think. Does that make sense?
I completely agree with you. And I think it's this whole thing of like how do you engage in a, I don't know if it's debate or just even a conversation with people when they have a different opinion. Like I was faced with this just a week, well, not even a week ago, right? It was the Oxford, Michigan school shooting. Like there was someone who had
You did a marathon on Friday.
I did it, and there was someone who had a different opinion than I have, like from my, so I'm kind of anchoring into my experience and my, and during that, with us going get back and forth, and it wasn't on Friday. But you're right. I did that Friday, and then it was the next day. I was kind of in this back and forth with a person, and I was like, and I felt myself kind of devolving into like using my credentials. Okay, I have a PhD. I've been on PBS twice. Like I published 2 books. Like I'm trying to skill stack and bring out the hammers of saying
I am the doctor.
I am I'm a legal expert witness. I've been recognized in all 50. At some point, like I've got, but I felt that was every time I tried to do that, like I felt I was weakening myself. Like I shouldn't need to go and bring out these credentials to try to put my position there. And once I realized it in the moment, like I checked it and said, okay, like help me to understand where you're coming from on your position of, of what the school staff, how the school staff was involved. And I'm talking about threat assessment and kind of my experience. And then, we kind of moved to more of a central position. It wasn't necessarily, but I had to recognize it in the moment because I was immediately trying to pull out the credential hammer and just say, and I very rarely do that. The people who know me, like like I just don't do that. I'm just, you don't looking back and you don't see like a whole wall of diplomas and stuff like that. I'm not,
like I said, you're very humble. You're a very humble guy when it comes to that.
And so even like on my book and stuff, I'm like, the credentialism isn't on the cover. It's not PhD, and you have to kind of go in a bit to like learn about some of the things. So my bio is like really short. It's like 3 sentences long. But this was one of those times where I felt I don't know if I was losing, or I felt I like knew the information. The other person was not informed fully. And I was just trying to like use my fly swatter credentials. And I noticed it. It was really a bad feeling for me. Like, I'm like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be this person that comes out and just says, well, I mean, let's look at it. Okay. Like I've been on PBS twice. Like I've been an expert witness in high profile cases like this other stuff. Like, so this has to like lean, the pinball has to come over to me. Like it has to tilt to me. But I caught myself, but I also like think that's a learning experience for people.
Well,
like
none of us are perfect, right?
Except Red Crusader, but yes.
Well, Red and probably Bullrush.
Bullrush is perfect.
But I mean, we all have our own biases, right? I mean,
yeah.
Who fights that battle 100%? I mean, it's difficult. It's something, I mean, we're all selfish, and we're humans. We're internal. We think about number one.
Right.
So I, the fact that you can catch it in the moment when you're starting to get like, whip out your fly swatter, that's pretty commendable. Because it's like, I'm about to swat this little gnat. I am the doctor, and then you caught yourself. I think that's very commendable.
I don't know. It was funny. It was. I'm like, I don't even know where the degree is. It's in a file over here.
Twitter teaches you to pull out your fly swatter and shoot it in every direction. You don't care. Just willy nilly swat everything.
I would have done that when I was. And give me your take on this. I would have done that when I was younger. I think like, it's funny because I don't do it now. And most people kind of know, like it's funny when I talk in classes and I present on stuff, I'm kind of like, I pretty much know what I'm talking about, right? Like when I'm in my university classes, and yes, I know things are different in places, but it's very rare that a student would challenge me on something. And if they did, it's fine. Like if they have a different take on some things, but there's a respect there because I guess they know I've done my due diligence. And yet, like, honestly, here's one thing I did this year, Sass. So I have in my fall law class, I was talking about service animals. And for 18 years, I've talked about, you have to have a policy about service animals, but like, as far as like comfort animals, like a comfort emu or a peacock or a,
A duck,
hippopotamus or
a goose,
a duck or a mongoose or a snake or whatever the hell it is, like that stuff, like don't have that in policy because it's only going to lead to problems. And then all of a sudden, like a third of my students who are first year superintendents are like, we have a policy for like a therapy dog to come into our school, like, a couple days a week or something. And then I'm like, my first reaction was like, oh God, you got to weed that out. Like that's got to be gone. That is just not linked to ADA. And then like I paused and I let people, tell me about your experiences. And they're like, well, we have therapy dogs. We have, staff who trauma or students, and they come in at certain times and whatever. And then I was learning more about therapy dogs and veterans and therapy dogs in hospitals. And then I'm like, well, let me see what this looks like from a policy standpoint. What is your Board of Education? So they like show me their policies and I go through them. And then I came back in one of the classes. I said, I changed my mind. What I was telling you at the start of this, I'm more informed now by what you told me. And this makes sense, right? Just make sure you have liability.
But with limits, right? I mean, there's got to be limits.
Right. There has to be
limits. Bring the donkey to school. There's, somebody's got to say no at some point.
A donkey in school, and what the hell? There was this the flying squirrel. There was something like that. Like I forget what the name of a sugar glider. Like that, because if it licks you, like it has this venomous thing. But I was like open to a little bit more of, okay, like if there's some regulations and on this and whatever. And so I said, this is kind of a give position, but yeah, it's a good point. Like you said, at what point do you, and I wrote about this in Philosophy of Information. At what point is it that you don't agree to the emu in school or the peacock
or on the airplane
in school, or
that's where it becomes a real problem.
Or the airplane.
Somebody had a goose on there, wrapping up and down the aisles.
I think that was Walter.
People.
I think that's Walter here in the chat. Walter tried to bring a goose with him, and then he like put it in a hat and like put a shirt on it and put cufflinks on it. And then he's like, it's Mr. Goose. I'm like, I don't know. It's still a goose to me. He's like, no, it's actually a person.
To answer that last question, no, I have not seen spirits after a brain injury.
Oh, I didn't see that question.
That was the last one you had up on the screen.
Okay.
I think it was Stingray.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So that's a good question, right? Because I'll be honest with you. I shouldn't say like I don't know where I stand with paranormal stuff. Like I like to watch the stuff on TV, but I never think like it's really like a Zach Bagans like is really authentic.
If it's on TV, you're being scammed. That's the bottom line. If it's on TV, it's a scam. That's where I'm at now.
So yeah. So let me get to this. This is great. So so we have a question here from. First of all, I'll go back to Ghostway, but we have a question from Chad Elkins, and he said, and Chad Elkins, by the way, is the Oracle of Chicago. He is the accountant of the stars and also a great person, and he loves the garbage salad. He knows what to order when a menu is presented to him. He's a good coach for Aaron Clary as far as like high-end restaurant skills. So thank you, Chad Elkins.
Plus he goes by Vlad Elkins.
Vlad Elkins. So Vlad said, are you a fan of the Green Bay Packers? I am. I like the Packers and I attended every home game, including playoffs in the 1990s when Brett Favre was on the team and Reggie White. And I'll never forget this. So we always got to the games early and we'd go down to the fence, right to the first row, and you could like kind of watch the players. And there was this dude who had this banner, like whatever, Go Packers from, Pewaukee or whatever city it was. And the guy pulls out this knife, and it's like a freaking 18-inch survival knife. And he's cutting like duct tape with this knife to put this sign up on this
18-inch knife.
And back in that day, like it was fine. Like nobody cared. They're like, can I hold the sign for you? And I'm looking at this guy. I'm like, holy Christ. How did you get that thing? Like, even like, how did you not decide to bring a more reasonable knife for this task that you have before you? But I love it. And it was back in the days when the stadium had 2 small jumbotrons. I mean, not like today I think it's just become too much of a display, right? To get your attention. Back then, we were thrilled in like 1992 when they added an out of town scoreboard. So you could see, like, hey, the Saints are beating the Buccaneers like 7-0. All it was is it's a TB versus NO. And you'd be like, that's Tampa Bay and New Orleans. It's 7-0. And we were thrilled by that. I was there before they had jumbotrons. So you like had no idea what was going on around the league, had no replays. And
Yeah, if you couldn't hear the announcer,
you had no idea.
You
And
didn't
then
mention it. Yeah.
people around you would have like the headphones on, like with the big, like, antenna up on the side, and they'd be like, oh, like, yeah, there's an injury, like, to this player, like whatever. And
Yeah, they'd have a hand talkie because they used to broadcast on certain bands for like
they
car
did.
races, baseball games. And
It
stuff
was
like
amazing. And I remember that time, and it was so organic, right? And that's why I went to like a modern game, a couple of years ago, and I just said, I don't know, it's just
You got
I'm
to
not
watch
really into
commercials while you were sitting in the stands, right?
the commercials on the jumbotrons, and like after a score, they would blink the lights and all the stuff in the fire. I'm like, I don't know, it's all right. But like back when I was there, like that was pretty authentic back when I attended in the 90s, and every game. I mean, I really felt, I don't know, it was a good time to attend, like football games, and to see like Favre and Reggie White and stuff like that. And I don't know. I don't know where we're going with that.
It was in real life, more or less.
It wasn't in real life. So
it was in real life before IRL became anything.
Yeah, and you didn't have cell phones. Well, I guess you had cell phones, but you didn't have like real time. Like you had a cell phone that you could call someone or text someone, but there wasn't as real time like game information.
I grew up with the one phone with the dial.
Yeah.
There was one phone, and I grew up with that until way past the accident. It was one telephone with a dial on it. Not even push buttons, just the dial.
Oh my God. Yeah. No, that's hilarious. When I grew up, my dad was the school principal in the town where I grew up, K-8 school, and he did that job for 36 years. And we had one rotary phone, big thing sat on the table in the kitchen. And then I remember like he'd get calls like from parents or whatever at night, and then he would shut down the sliding doors on the side of the kitchen, and he'd be in there like talking to people. But yeah, like rotary phone, like we had one of those. I don't know. It's so funny because I updated my cell phone last week. So my wife and my daughter and we all updated our phones. So my wife had a Samsung S6, and my daughter had a phone we got her, I think, when she was in 8th grade, and it had gone through its lease, and she's a good student. She deserved she had asked for a phone. So I said, yeah, we can do this. And then like my phone, I went to a bigger phone, like an S21 Plus, by the way, which is awesome. As you get older, like to have a bigger phone to like see and to touch the stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's amazing because like, right, that's our camera. Like when we go on vacation, we don't bring a camera. Like the phone is the camera. The phone is your GPS. The phone's your camera. It's here. And to think of all these things like that's replaced. I don't know. It's just kind of crazy to think about that, because they asked me like, what do you want to do with your old phone? And I said, well, like they give me like $10 of a trade-in. Well, I'll keep it for $10 because it still has a good camera. Like I can strap it to the front of my bike if I wipe out.
Can you use it without a number though?
I can use it on Wi-Fi at my house.
Oh, okay.
So like I could take pictures or video, and it could kick it over on my Wi-Fi. And then, because I said, the camera on it's really good. So yeah, for $10, it's basically a disposable GoPro. If I wipe my bike out or if the thing falls off, I don't have any big loss. But I was just like, oh my God. Yeah, I mean, like this vehicle we ordered, and I was telling you, like, so we ordered a vehicle back in March, and like it didn't arrive yet. So that's kind of like a sore spot. Like it's off the train, but it just isn't here. So I'm like, what the hell? By the way, Chad, it's in Chicago, so you could drive it up to me. And this thing has so damn many features on it. Like, I just don't know. Like, I'm like, I don't understand. Like, when we test drove it back in March, the guy comes out and he says, so we're in it for like, my wife and I were in it for 10 minutes. He goes like, you got any questions? Like, how the hell do you start this thing? I don't know how to start it. He's like,
Pretty
there's
much.
like a backseat thing, and then you got to press this and press this. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, I have no idea. I have, it's everything syncs to your
And that's
phone. It's
something.
got like lifetime GPS and all this other shit. I'm like, it's really cool. And obviously,
I don't know.
but
I'm a boomer. I want to put the key in the thing and
it
twist
doesn't
it.
have a key, right? It doesn't have,
Yeah. You got a
I'm kind of
fob.
like, I'm the same thing. Like when I got my lacrosse, I'm like, dude, the dealer, I'm like, you gotta help me like with the learning curve on this thing. Like, and even that, like, is pretty basic, right? But this vehicle, I'm like, I have my daughter and my wife, I mean, it'll be their primary vehicle. It's not kind of mine, but I'm like, I have no idea how the hell to use this thing. I have no idea what this means. I have no idea what this 10.2-inch screen is telling me. The haptic and I have no
Yeah,
idea.
there's no knobs and buttons anymore. There's
I'm
just
like,
a
it's driving a
screen.
goddamn
Ugh.
spaceship. I'm like, I have no idea why I'm here. I'm like, can I just sit in the
Doc,
back?
I'm gonna send you an honorary boomer certificate.
I got my ARP.
Good.
Like, they've been hitting me up like every week, like in the mail, like, hey, like, and it's a funny thing, Sass. So they want to send me this tote, which will go insulated tote, which is you can fold down. It goes in the back of your car. I'm kind of like, I could actually use that. Like, that's part of the reason. Like, that's an appeal.
You
Like,
can
I could
also
pay
buy a shopping bag at the grocery store for $1, right?
It's so funny. I'm like, and and I'm kind of like, my God, can I actually start using my AARP stuff if I go on vacation and things? But no, this is what is Bacon is writing here. Trying to keep this is great, by the way. So I had a great time. So thank you so much for your giving your time tonight and your insight. And so Bacon wrote, does it have all the nanny sensors? I swear those things. So the new one
It's gonna
does. Like,
beep at you while you're driving, and you won't know why. You'd be
my
like, "I'm doing something wrong. Oh my god!"
no kidding. Like my lacrosse is 2017. That is the backup the backup screen and backup sensors, which is pretty typical, right? But the new one has like side monitor, 360-degree frontal braking, how far the car is in front of you, all this shit. Like, I'm like, but thankfully, like, that's a vehicle I will drive the least. But I'm like, I have no idea. I have no idea how any of this works or any of that, how the car parks itself. I'm like, good for you. I mean,
I wouldn't trust
congratulations.
any of that. I wouldn't trust any of that stuff.
And
I drive my own cars.
in Wisconsin, like, we have in the snow, like how the snow affects the sensors. But as I was
Yeah.
sharing with Sass before, I said, I have a 2017 Buick LaCrosse, which I bought new, which was a big car and 300 horsepower, goes up to 170 miles an hour, right? Like on it. But that's a hard car to spatially figure out where it's at. So you pull into places. I'm like, I don't, I'll
Because of
look.
aerodynamics, all the noses disappear in front of
It
you.
does. Like, I have no idea when I'm driving the car. I'm like, where the hell is this? Like, and then I'll pull up into places. I'll get out and I have to get back in the car and pull up another 4 feet. I'm like, I have no idea where the front of the car is. I have no idea. And then as you're driving down,
By the way, back in the 50s and 60s, the reason why cars had fins is so you could see where the back of the car was, so you can actually park them. It was actually, I mean, it was a style thing.
really,
But yeah, but you can literally see the fins all the way because they would go all the way to the end of the trunk. They didn't have to be big giant fins like on a Cadillac, but a lot of cars had fins in the back, and they were really easy to park because you can literally see where the back of the car was.
that's a
Just to interject a little bit of
no.
worthless trivia here.
No, that's a great point.
Cars are impossible to park now. You can't even see out the back. You can't even turn your head. I used to, put my arm over the seat and back up.
I feel like I am so lost. Well, I mean, like, my vehicle, I've kind of understood. It's funny because, like, when I teach at the university, so I have to leave I teach on the weekends. It's Saturday, so it's like an 8 to 5 deal, but I have to get up like at 4 in the morning. And I park in this one area of the parking lot at the university where nobody else parks, so I can kind of, if I can figure it out, I've been there enough, I can kind of know. But I don't know. I love the vehicle, by the way. Like I love the horsepower, and I know they're like
It's not a city
downsizing
car.
engines. And
It's just not a
no,
city car.
it's really meant for like if you're driving cross country, like that's the vehicle for you. But
Yeah.
it is a really weird vehicle in space. Like I have no idea where the hell this thing is. Like I have no. It is so weird to drive that vehicle, and then it's so low to the ground too. It's like to get into the vehicle is yeah, it's like you have to warm up to kind of get into this really. I love it. And it's got the big rims and all that, so it looks kind of like a Batman-ish vehicle. I remember like when I bought it, they're like, "This looks like the Batman car." I'm like, "It doesn't look like the Batman car. That's a sales thing you're trying to do." Like I understand I'm getting the car anyway, but don't tell me it's a Batman's car because I know damn well Batman did not drive a Buick LaCrosse. But I'm like,
He
Christ
drove a
sakes.
Pontiac
He
Catalina.
drove
I
up,
think it was.
and he
I
once
think it
drove
was
a.
a Pontiac Catalina,
He
the
was,
original Batmobile. Yeah.
and then he had a
I
Pontiac
had a
Vibe.
Pontiac Catalina
Did you?
that was probably like 1 or 2 years older than that model. Yeah.
Holy,
Yeah.
holy smokes, that is hilarious. Oh my God, so that is hilarious. So yeah, what my insurance person was telling me, is they're like, yeah, the thing is like if you take out a mirror on the new vehicle, it's like $2,000 because it's got
Oh
the camera
God.
go in the windshield because it's got
Heads
all the
up
sensors and shit. It's like $2,000, and they have to
and
recount.
sensors.
God damn it! And they're like, it's just the way that it
No.
is. It's like
No, they want to make driving cars unaffordable.
you're right. I think that's. I mean,
It's part of climate change doctrine. It
it's
really is.
it's part of it. And when I ordered this vehicle, part of the impetus was I'm like, this is the last of the big engines. So the vehicle we ordered has a bigger engine, and the subsequent ones have smaller engines. And I'm like, this is the last. We're going to stick with this. And as Robert said, zero weight oil can make anything run forever. So he said the '66 Batman mobile was a. So we have some debate here. Vanessa saying first car was a '67 Impala, and it's good stuff here going on. But I think Robert was saying
My brother had a '66 Impala. My mom had a '63 Impala. We were GM folks back in the day when they used to make really good cars.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I had a 1984 Plymouth Duster, which is one of the worst cars ever made in the history of the entire world. And that was an awful vehicle. I hate it. And I sold it to my girlfriend, by the way. And then she immediately had problems. And then her dad confronted me and said, "What's wrong with this vehicle?"
I can one up you on that. Worst car of the world.
Really?
I had a 1971 AMC Gremlin.
Oh my God. Those are made, I think, in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Oh man, I had to eat a lot of crow when I owned that car.
Oh my God.
It had it had no reverse and no second gear. I just had first and third. It was a manual transmission.
Holy smokes. God, that is hilarious.
I've had some clunkers.
Man.
My first car I bought for $10 didn't have a steering wheel. I drove it home through the woods with a vice grips for the steering wheel. I had a 3 on the tree, no power steering.
Oh yeah, I remember the 3 on the tree. Yeah, we don't hear about that because okay. 3 on the tree, 4 on the floor. I remember all of that stuff.
I got yelled at. What are you buying a car? You're 11, It was $10.
$10.
It was money I made from picking tobacco.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I bought a car and a mini bike.
You've got to do that though, right? That is so cool.
That's the difference between, today's and back then. We had these ideas and we just went and did them. We had no concern for, repercussions.
When I was
or laws or anything.
You're right. When I was, I don't know. I probably shared this story, but when I was, oh God, like 10 years old, I had a 10-speed bike and I ordered. It was Oh, I had to be older than that. So this year Ghostbusters came out, 84. So I would have been 13. So maybe it sounds old for a 13-year-old to do this, but I ordered red lights that they would have on top of a squad car out of the JC Whitney catalog. And I went and I took my money.
Magnetic ones? Were they
They
magnetic
were suck. No, they were
or
magnetic.
suction?
You're right. They were magnetic because they'd go on
The
the
old
roof.
ones were heavy. I mean, they actually had a light in there
They
spinning
did.
around, right?
They were magnetic. And so I ordered them out of JC Whitney, which is the parts catalog. And back then, that was like that was the awesome thing. Like a Sears catalog, you could go and get any car part you wanted out of JC Whitney. I took my money to the post office, got a money order, and ordered these from JC Whitney. And I think like there was some box you had to check, like, are you 18? Yes. Yes, I am. By the way, I'm not, but yes. And then they arrived at the house. My parents never said anything, which is kind of weird. Like this big box arrives with these big red lights. And I mounted them on the front of my bike. My 10-speed bike, I made brackets to come up on the front, and I had this whole platform, kind of like ET, like in the movie ET, like this platform in the front. And I had this Ghostbusters bike, all these generators running off my wheels. It was a hell of a thing, like to actually go back and think. I electrically engineered this, and I drew all the schematics up myself at like 12 or 13 years old of how I was going to wire this and all the toggle switches and the batteries. And it worked. I had a CB radio and these red lights in the front and a siren. And like and the thing was like the thing
Must
I
have been a
did
mofo to pedal with all
it,
that friction
was
slowing
it
and
was a
weight
bitch
slowing
to
you.
pedal, and also like I didn't have the weight distribution right, so like it was very top. It was heavy on the front, but it was a hell of a thing. I think there's one picture of it that exists. So I took it up to our local ballpark, our baseball diamond. It was like 1984, right? And like everyone's just amazed by this. And I'm like, whoa, let me flick on the lights. And, the red lights are going and stuff like that. And you could only do this for like 15 minutes before you drain all your power. The way that bike died, by the way, is I lived in a town that had a very steep hill, as its main street. And I was at the top of the hill with the bike, and I clicked on all the generators onto the wheel. And so as I was going down, the bike wasn't grounding, and it electrified the bike. So my handlebars, everything was shocking me. Yes.
You had to let go while you were going down the hill.
It was Doc. It was 88 miles an hour, and I thought I was going to go to the future. And the bike got electrified, and I couldn't take it anymore. And when I got down to what was called George's Market, and the next stop would have been down at the bridge, like to cross our river, I lost it. And I fell off the bike, and the bike just kind of gracefully like collided into a telephone pole and smashed into all these. And then my friends, though, like there were a lot of people watching, they gathered up all the pieces, and they walked with me to my house. It was kind of like in the movie, what is it, Ralphie and the Christmas Story, when they take all the broken parts and they're like, well, here, like, I buried them in the backyard and played taps that night because I'm like, I can't fix this thing. I mean, but it was amazing. It was absolutely, but we kind of go back to like, as a kid, like, God, that was amazing. That was, and my friends are still like, holy Christ, do you remember the day, the Ghostbusters bike and all? And like, I remember that.
Yeah.
That was,
my daughter gets a kick out of because I post a lot of historical stuff on my Facebook, and she's like, Darwinism, LOL. all this stuff is like, yeah, somehow we've survived. I told her I must have fell out of 50 different trees at one point in my childhood. It's probably how my head got so hard. Landed on that a few times. But.
My neighbors, Rich and Jay, which were like my age back when I was growing up, and so they had these big pine trees, and we built a fort, which never build a fort in a pine tree because you get all sappy and it's not worth it. But we built this fort like 20 feet up, and it was real sketchy at that time. And I remember like Jay like leaned back in the fort, and the wall like gave out. He got pummeled by every branch on the way down. It's kind of like a skit you'd see. Like he got hit like 40 times on his way to the ground, and he's all covered with sap, and it's all that stuff. But I'm like, God, the stuff you're right is, as a kid, like I tell my kids, and I will tell anybody, like growing up in the 70s and 80s was awesome. We had a swinging bridge in my hometown where like 2/3 of the boards were missing. And if you fell through one of the boards, you'd be down in the river. And you just didn't, though. I mean, it was cool. Like everybody's down. It wasn't fenced. Today it still exists, but it's been fenced off. So like you have to have a,
liability
and key to get in. And We used to go fishing every day in summer till noon, and then you hear the fire whistle, and you go home. And baseball diamond a block from my house, only diamond in town. With the neighborhood kids would go up there at 8 o'clock, and then the country kids would come in, like their parents would drop them off. They'd load them all into the station wagon. Doors would open up. The kids would come out, and you just figured it out. Like you had an empty 6-pack of beer container, which would be your first base marker. And we had one kid who had one leg, Mike. And so we just made this rule. Okay, Mike goes 20 feet instead of 25. But if he gets the first base, then after that, he's got to do, right? We're not making any more accommodations. And it was great. Like we just did things. And I had a boombox, and the city had one outlet up there at the ballpark. So like I'd snake up like an extension cord with other people, and it'd be like we could listen to music because we're playing baseball like for 4 hours, and no one was there. There were no adults. The older kids kind of like held in line, told what you had to do if there were any disputes. They were settled by the older kids, and I don't know, man. It's
It was
I don't know how
different
we got to that
times.
point.
It was different times. And even I go back further than that a little bit. I'm a little bit older than you. By about years.
Right.
So, but yeah, times are different. I mean, people don't know this, but you could literally buy a surplus military rifle from the government, and the U.S. mail would deliver it to your house, and nobody asked a question. No
Really?
proof of age. No. Yeah, I mean, before
Okay.
1968. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
amazing.
I have a lot of information on the where the 1968 Gun Control Act came from.
Yeah.
You know how I told you I have to focus on things in order to learn stuff. So I go from one subject to the next to the next to the next until I get bored. But yeah, there were no serial numbers on guns,
Okay.
on firearms. You could buy a 38 revolver from the hardware store. The guy would sell it to you if you said you were buying it for your father, but he wouldn't sell you any ammo. He'd sell you the gun without ammo. And they were $5, $10.
Yeah.
For a Smith and Wesson or some other. There used to be, like here in Connecticut, there were so many gun manufacturers at one time. It was like the war supply of the world at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, still now, and Vanessa has said it. She's within a few miles of a whole bunch of manufacturers.
Okay.
But yeah, we had large and small all over the state, and yeah, you can buy anything. After the wars, each war, the government would sell off their surplus, and you, as a citizen of the United States, could buy them from the government. Now they'd sell you howitzers, cannons, they'd sell you machine guns, but they'd be, you couldn't own a machine gun. You could, but you couldn't. I mean, depends on who you were. If you were the right color, you can own a machine gun. That's the way it was, basically.
Yeah. Oh my God.
All the original gun control laws were to prevent the freed slaves from owning firearms.
Okay.
That's where they originate from. 1968 Gun Control Act literally originated from Nazi Germany.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah. And I know that because Senator Thomas Dodd, Chris Dodd's dad, was an attorney at the Nuremberg trials, and he brought that back from Germany, and he had it translated in the Library of Congress.
Okay.
And then he presented the 1968 Gun Control Act. Now, he was the laziest senator in the history of the United States up until that moment. He was actually censured for his laziness.
Really? Yikes.
But yeah, so it was almost word for word translated from I think it was the 1934 or the 1938 Gun Control Act of Nazi Germany that prevented the Jews from having firearms. Yeah. The route, it's a long story. I don't want to go that far off track today, but before that, you were pretty much free to own whatever you wanted. They did ban fully automatic weapons 1934 Gun Control Act because of the mobs back in the 20s and 30s. So they did the ATF did ban that stuff back then. The ATF originally was a tax collection agency.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they were under tax. The ATF branched off it later. I mean, this is getting back again to the TBI. I have a lot of information, but I don't have all the nitty gritty details on what year, who did it, and that kind of thing. So, but I have the aura of the whole thing. I have an understanding of it. I just can't convey it.
Wow.
As well as I should.
So we have a question from Stingray. Stingray saying, did you ever notice your dreams either more vivid or realistic or more predictive of things that happen in later life? So, and maybe that's either related to TBI or maybe it's just related.
That's a tough question, actually.
Being older, or do you?
The most vivid dreams I have is when I'm semi-lucid.
Okay.
Kind of on the verge of waking up or falling asleep. Mostly on the wake up side. I've always had a lot of trouble remembering any dreams. I'd wake up and have some really vivid ones, and a minute after I'm awake, I can't remember the details.
Wow.
Up until that moment, sorry, I hit the computer. Up until that moment, it was like I was in an actual reality. I mean, it's so vivid, it's scary. I can't tell if that's changed after the injury.
Okay.
I don't know if it existed pre-injury. Can't really say.
That's wow. I don't remember like dreaming much when I was younger, but now I dream pretty vividly. And it's usually like always contemporary events, like dreaming about like the book, and meeting with the publisher or something like that. I mean, it's like I'm going to sleep, but then my mind is working out things that either happened that day or like would happen in the future. So
my dreams were affected a lot by the day's events, especially things I didn't understand. Like when I was learning in IT, I was challenged pretty heavily, and those would play in my mind while I'm trying to sleep, and I would actually have dreams about it. So when you start dreaming about work, you're working too much. But I think that's a part of your subconscious trying to work out the confusion, or work out an understanding, more or less. I just kind of a side opinion on that.
One thing I try to do, and I don't know if people listening, or you can write down below, if you do these two. Thanks for the 27 likes, by the way, so far on this show. So thank you for that, and for subscribing. Appreciate it. Monday nights are the safety doc, and then Friday mornings are face validity Fridays, where we go through like 4 or 5 headlines and kind of say, like, does this make sense from a face validity standpoint? And I like both these shows, but one thing I try to do is now I try to think about my dreams a little bit. Like, what's really dogging in my mind that I'm not either like processing or refusing to deal with. And I don't know if it's,
they are reflective, I think
so.
Things that are bugging you or things that have bugged you in the past. When I say bug, I mean, really bothered you, bad situation, mistakes you made, regrets you have. I think that's how a lot of my dreams come out. It's like reruns of things I wish I had done differently.
Okay. So how do you deal with it? I'm sure a lot of people have that. I mean, to be honest, I mean, I'm a very hypercritical person of my own work. Like, I'll go back and I'll look at my book and I'll be like, I actually have it like over, I have it right here. So I'm like, when we get the first proof, like with the publisher, like, here are things that I have to go in and correct, even though they're
that's
really
why
minor.
Your work is so good. You're I would say meticulous or anal retentive. It's one of those. I couldn't figure out which one it is.
I get even like choosing the cover. Like I go back and forth on things like that, and I'm like, did I pick the right? Even though like it's not just my decision, it's the design team, and then there's other people involved, and they vote on things and they go through stuff. But ultimately, like, I could pick out of these 5 choices, and then I'll be like, did I pick the right cover? Like, and then I'll be like, does it really matter? I mean,
well, it's important to you, and
right.
And you want to do what's best for you want to do what's best for your readers. You're not just writing this book to make money. I know you're not.
No, the book, right. The book is excellent, but the book is not a moneymaker, right? You know, right. So it was a point of when I the cover I deliberated on, and I could see different ways, and then the feedback from different people, and ultimately I'm like, okay, I'll go with this one. And I kind of like it, but like some people too close to me are like, "Are you sure? Like that was a good decision?" I'm like, "This decision's been made. Cover is picked. The cover is licensed."
Right. I didn't think about the telephone thing, so that swayed me.
What
you talked about? How does it look on a telephone?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Cover. Like it never dawned on me because I wouldn't use a telephone to read a book ever.
Yeah, either did I. And then eventually, so one of the things, so I worked with a traditional publisher, right? And so there's a lot of steps with that, and eventually when they got down to design for the cover, they had me go through this large kind of curated catalog of here's images that we think could work, and I'm like, okay. And that was pretty close. Like, but then they gave me 5 covers, and they said, you got to pick from one of these 5. I guess I could have pushed it and said I want other options, but I was like, okay. I mean, they were all pretty good. And then and then they went through and they reviewed the covers for like, well, blue means intellectual, green kind of means technology, red means urgency. So like, where do you want this to fall? And I'm like, but then in the later part, they said, part of this though is like people aren't going to find this in a bookstore. They're going to find it online. So like in a small image, like you've got to make sure like it's not too busy and this other stuff. So like, then it was pretty easy. Then it was just one, like, here's the cover. Like if that's the thing, then, but like, right. Like 20 years ago, that wouldn't have been a thing. Like you would have gone for what would have tried to convey more of the story to somebody in a bookstore. And, but it was one of those weird things. And then, I mean, I kind of obsessed on it for a while. Like I was doing research on like bad book covers, but good books. And like The Great Gatsby was one. They're like, this cover sucked, but the book was really good. I'm like, well, my cover doesn't suck. My cover's okay. My cover's good, but it's not like outstanding. The cover, but yeah, like, I don't know. It was so weird because I got caught into this weird system because not everybody agreed, right? Like some people in the design team would be like, well, go with E. And I'm like, I don't know, but go with A, go with C, but then B. And eventually
everybody has a preference for their own reasons, right?
And they make the arguments and so, but yeah, so it was a weird thing. And I was still thinking I like the cover. I still probably like the cover of School of Bears better. But I don't know, but it's one of these things where I spend way too much time. And
shout out to Phil Henry. Face Validity from Germany. Shout out to Phil.
So one thing Phil does is he always sends me photos from Germany, like of grocery stores and other things. And I'll be like, holy smokes. He'll be like, here's what I'm actually seeing, and here's probably what you're hearing in the media, but here's like what I see when I go out. And Phil was great when I wrote the book because he was giving me a lot of face validity, and ultimately, his fingerprints are very well established in the book, but I didn't cite things out from Germany, and it's just got to be a thing with my publisher. They said it's kind of hard to cite sources across countries and things like that. So, but Phil's a great guy. Like he is really in tune with this whole thing of face validity. Face validity, by the way, if you're wondering, what is that? Well, just think of this. If you have a thermometer and it reads 88 degrees and it's snowing and you're shivering, like the thermometer is either broken, it's not reading correctly, or your senses are wrong. So one of the two is happening. So face validity is a sense of that can't be right. And we usually have a pretty good sense of, hey, that can't be right. But we've been trained to like overrule it maybe and just kind of like go with the narrative. So Sass, coming back to like, what do you do right now to get authentic information and kind of know, like, when you're going through your day of like, I can trust the information I'm getting?
Well, that's a tough one. I've stumbled on for whatever reasons and found several, people who are kind of experts in their field. And I'll either follow them on Twitter or subscribe to them on YouTube or, connected with them on LinkedIn or Facebook or something like that. So I've gotten to the point where it's like I'm looking for experts in their field,
Okay.
like Juan Brown. I mean, you may not call him an expert on dams, but he's more of an expert on dams than any other journalist I ever met.
He's really good.
He's just a guy, right? So, who took an interest. There's a channel out there like this supply chain crunch that we're in.
Yes.
Well, I found a guy on YouTube. His channel's called "What's Been Going On with Shipping" or something like that.
Okay.
The guy's name's Sal, and he's in the field, and he does his own thing. He explains like a lot of the pitfalls, some of the mandates that they're put out there, and he puts out some pretty long videos, not long like your videos, but long, sometimes I look at your playlist and I'm like 3 hours, 3.5 hours, 3 hours. Oh, here's one for 30 minutes. I'll watch that one. Because we're all splitting our time, all over the place,
Yeah.
So I follow certain people on Twitter. There's a lot of crap getting thrown around too, but you could pick out the once you start trusting some sources, you can tell when they're pulling your leg or they're actually giving it to you straight. So I don't turn on the radio. Well, I usually turn it on, but then I have to turn it off.
No kidding.
I don't get anything from television. I don't go to news websites. There are a couple of sites I'll go to read an article. If somebody posts something like a link, I'll go take a look at the article and I'll make an assessment. What am I reading makes valid sense? Does it pass the face validity test? More or less?
Right. And that's really a good point, and people kind of dismiss that, but it's like, if you can get good at face validity, you're kind of 90% right most of the time. Or
at least you're not 90% wrong most of the time.
Right. Most of the time, face validity. And it's like, it's one of those things where we all see it like on TV or like, how did somebody approve like this commercial, or how did somebody approve whatever? And it's because like there wasn't face validity. Like someone didn't recognize along the line, or they recognized that they just didn't speak up and say like, this is nuts. Like, this is crazy. Like, this doesn't make any sense. And
when you see how bad the whatever comes off of that box on the wall is, I literally become ill if I'm in front of one for too long, because I can't ignore the crap coming out of it. I just can't. It's like I don't want to hear it, but it's like if it's on, like I have family here that it's on 24/7. And if I have to be in the room for more than 30 minutes, I start to feel ill, literally, because of the commercials. It's all designed to control my emotions. You know what I'm saying? And
you're right. Yeah. No, it's
they're irritating on purpose.
Literally. When I was in college, it didn't make sense to me at the time, but my roommate Nate, whenever like the news would come on or commercials, he used to get so mad. And this is back in the 90s. I'd be like, just chill out, buddy. Just chill out. And then I'm like, oh God, like Nate, you're me like 20 years from now. Like you saw it when I didn't. And yeah, I'm with you. I get so frustrated. Like, so I just kind of subscribe either to podcasts that I enjoy, or I'll go back and try to find like a PBS documentary on the Hoover Dam, or, the CCC, Civil Conservation Corps, or whatever, things that I can kind of enjoy and or Juan Brown,
you don't feel like you're wasting your time, or you watch reruns of Gilligan's Island, which is very entertaining, and it's not going to damage you any more than you're already damaged. Right?
You feel good about, and the show's like, Masculine Geek is intellectual, and that's like Wednesday nights, and And so there are some of these
I watch a lot of
podcasts.
crypto podcasts now.
Yeah, crypto with Nick
Charlie,
August, Charlie and Nick.
Charlie and Miguel, and Wave 3, Patrick, and
So
there's a
so
few
they're
others.
intellectual feeling, and there isn't this additional agenda, and I think what freaks me out, but what makes me the most angry with the news is like there's no in-depth journalism. Like I remember growing up, like there used to be some in-depth documentaries, and I talked about that when the coronavirus came out, right? Like the we had all these stories about here's how to sanitize your phone because a phone is the germiest thing around or whatever. I'm like, okay, like I get that, but like, what else do we need to know? Like, how about a 1 hour show on aerosol? Like, how long does a virus stay in the air? Like, no one was doing that, and I'm just like, why? These no one is willing to pick up the hard stuff. So that's something else. Is journalism? They're not going to do that.
It was all about. It was basically the I call it the corporate message, but don't do this, don't do that, don't do the other thing. I mean, it was a lot of don'ts in all of the news reporting when the coronavirus came out. I mean, and it was fear porn too.
Yeah.
Right. Because fear sells better, more, almost as good as sex.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it does. Yeah. It absolutely does. Yeah. And trying to terrify people, and I got I took a couple digs at that in School of Airs with school safety and then also with philosophy of information. Philosophy, like the last 2 years have really like terrified a lot of people, including elderly people or really young people. But the whole school safety thing is built on terror too. And yeah, you're right. People trying to manipulate other people's emotions. And
I can't imagine not having access to the internet. I literally can't imagine what those people must be going through, because their only source of information is the radio, the newspaper, and the television set. They got to be scared to death.
Yeah, that's a thing. I think it brings in, as you said, this
right-wing fascist. I mean, you name it, right? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I think you hit on it though. It's fear, and one thing I was sharing out with some friends, as I said, I think some people right now are being really terrified because of they're being separated from information or separated from other people, and we don't recognize that how much damage we're doing to people. It's
easy to laugh at them, but my mom's 94. She's homebound. They closed the senior center. She used to go there every single day, right? And all she has is the television. That's all she's got.
And of course, what is she seeing on there, right? I mean, it's just anything.
The commercials are as scary as the news. I mean,
yeah,
they run news commercials all day long about this breaking story.
It is. I took I didn't write about it in school or in philosophy of information because I didn't want to be sued by ABC News, because I've had my run-in with the big news corporations, and none of that has ended well for me. But
no.
I would record, and I'd be like, every single night it was breaking news as we come online, and it was always like a largely minor news story, right? But it was just in the music and trying to bring fear to people versus
the music gets your adrenaline going. Right. Whatever jingle.
And it's like, I mean, it was such a horrible approach for them to do that, and they continue to do that, to tear it versus to be this assuring. It's missing so much of what it was meant to be. And yet it's this thing I wrote about in my book. It's called negative vicarious rehearsal. And it's where if you do this enough with the news, right, or you do it well enough, if I live in Wisconsin and where you're at on the East Coast, there's flooding happening. If the news plays it up enough, I'll believe that I need to prepare for flooding. Like it's going to address me, even though like it's not, because you're East Coast, I'm Midwest. So the news gets really good at this negative vicarious rehearsal. Everybody listening, it's going to affect you, even if it affects just one or two people, right? It's going or one community or one state. It's going to affect you. Wildfires in California, it's going to affect you somehow. Like the smoke will affect you, or the transport. It's
They
everything.
tie it. They do a good job of tying that situation into. So what you should do in case of floods, they usually talk about the flood or whatever, and then they tell you what you can do to prepare for floods. I mean, they tie that in very expertly. I mean, they know how to. They know how to. They know how to. It's like NLP. They touch you on the arm and they pour your tea and all these things happen and it's like you feel like okay, I'm gonna. It's like linguistic programming.
Right.
They're really, really, really good at that, and it's really easy to manipulate humans. They found this out.
It is. Have you ever read any or seen any of the shows John Ronson? I just put him in the John Ronson. You can find him on YouTube. Like a lot of his stuff is just out there right now.
I'm not recognizing the name, so I'm going to say no.
So he does shows or he's written books like So You've Been Shamed and Why Men Stare at Goats, but basically talking about like psychology and how we. So he's pretty cool dude. But he talks about too how the test for whether you're a what the hell is it? What somebody who's going to keep committing murder, psychopath. What psychopathy test? He said, really, like anybody taking the psychopathy test would have some parts of that test which would score against them. Like, do you associate with other psychopaths, or do you? I mean, but there's so like that question would be if you're a guard at a prison, you'd have to say yes, because during your day you would have interactions with people who would have psychopath, but or even in a school setting or whatever. But he said, this whole thing just exploded like in the last 30 years, where you can diagnose anybody with kind of anything, right? We've become this society, and he said he was getting very concerned, like when people start diagnosing him, like with his writing and other stuff, and I'm like, like Stephen King today. Imagine a Stephen King as a high school student.
Can you imagine the mind in that guy?
Yeah,
I can't.
But we try to pathologize things today. Like I think the DSM, I don't know, it was 5 or whatever. So the DSM is a diagnostic code of like mental conditions and things. And a big part of that had been expanded at UW-Madison, close to me, like 40 minutes away. And now this thing is hundreds of pages, like 900 pages is the latest edition or something. And so you can pathologize anybody with having some type of condition if you really focus in on them. Well, Sassed has a condition of staring too much at a screen or something.
Okay, we're all nuts. Now what?
And then, you can quickly create a crack in the legitimacy of somebody if you target them toward this. And one of the things
everybody's vulnerable. Basically,
it is.
What you're saying, right?
No, it is. And what they were saying is actually the people who are psychopaths were the ones that when they studied recognized the system, like recognized the book and how to behave to not be recognized as a psychopath, right? So they were more likely to get away with things or to be released back in because they understood the system. But this whole thing of like we just try to pathologize people today and pathologize systems and so as you said, you're watching the news and stuff, so like it's almost a sense like if you don't go along with the news, you're made to feel like you're, I don't know, an outsider.
Yeah. Yeah. Terrorist, right wing, fascist, whatever they label, hater. They got labels for everything.
Yeah.
Everybody gets put into some kind of category now. You can't just be the guy that's pissed off. You can't just be the guy that's pissed off. You got to be something else.
Yeah. No, you're right. When I was teaching in fall, this was when the Attorney General Garrick Marland wrote a letter to the FBI and said, this was on October 4th. Hey, like our parents at board meetings who are being outspoken. And anyway, the language between the National School Board Association and all that, the word domestic terrorist was in this language, and saying,
They wanted
parents.
parents who didn't agree to be labeled as domestic terrorists
It
and
was,
be
yeah. And I
investigated
wrote a
by the
blog post
FBI.
about it, and I'm like, here's
Yes.
the actual document. Here are the words, and so it was terrifying, right? And so I was doing a
Yeah.
show, and I was talking to my new superintendents. I'm like, what are you going to do about this? What are you going to do if your legal counsel or your school board association, whatever, tells you you should be recording people in the audience, and if they oppose certain things,
You're going to call
then
the
you should
FBI?
call the FBI, and then keep the record on your drive, and or send the FBI. I mean, all this stuff is happening,
Maintain evidence, right?
and evidence was used in the memo. So I go through this, and they're like, "Oh, we're not hearing about this." I'm like, "Well, you're going to hear about it on the news, like the ABC, whatever. Like this is happening. Like you have to know, and you have to. Where's your position on this? Are you going to just go with it?" And that's the thing too, because you ask these superintendents, and some of them are young and some of them are old. It's usually like on either side for superintendent. You go there at the end of your career to get a few high-paying years, which help your retirement, and or you're younger. And these people don't want to move. Like they'll be like, if you're a superintendent, like every 2-3 years, you're typically moving. So they're like, I don't want to move, so I'm not going to rock the boat. But I'm like, what do you do? So are you going to record people? Are you going to ask them to tell their address on while they're on local cable access? Like I live at 123 Main Street, and this is my name because like that you're setting that person up to be doxxed. You know that the
There you
moment
go.
you do that.
Now you know why I'm Sassed1 too many and not my
And by the
real
way,
name.
let's tell how what is you told me Sassed1 too many. What is Sassed1 too many actually? If we unpack it to get up here, what does it mean?
Oh boy, oh boy, you're gonna make me do this, aren't you? All right, hold on. Let me. So if you go to my YouTube channel and you look at the About page, it literally basically just tells you right there. So like Doc had alluded to, Sass1 Too Many is not just something I made up. It's actually an acronym for something. So so if you go to my YouTube page, Sass1 Too Many, and click on the About, I have a description in there, but it basically says sassed equals past tense, to be cheeky or rude to, someone. 1 equals the lowest cardinal number. 2 equals 2 to a higher degree than is desirable, permissible, or possible. Many equals innumerable, countless. And then I have a little blurb on there that says Sass1 Too Many is a state of mind actualized from constant exposure to innumerable amounts of unthoughtful, impetuous, impertinent, and disrespectful content in the public and social digital communications age, resulting in a singular, sarcastic existence. So that's where Sass1 Too Many comes from. It's been said that I've been sassed one too many times, and this is the results of what you see here.
Wow. So let me do this, and let me do this. All right, so trying to get it out there for.
Remember, I've been around since I invented the internet, so I've been exposed to it all at some point.
So that's pretty cool because like people are like, well, what does this have to do? Or there's more behind it. I'm like, oh my God, like that was really neat to like learn that there's more going on and there's more.
Yeah, because you
it.
look at it, it's like everybody says sassed 12 many. So well, it's like it never really got across, the message. But I'm like, I became fond of it, so I kept it.
I like it. No, I do, and so does House Cat. So thank you, House Cat. So. Oh, that is really cool. So yeah, it's that's good branding. So Seth, do you so now I mean I see you in different podcast forums. Like, what is your interest, or like, do you think like you'd podcast, or like you'd do things, or like be
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't have the desire to, get on the internet and yell at clouds. I figure, I like to participate in other people's stuff. I'm, you know, 35 plus years of IT have sucked all the creativity out of me, more or less. Uh, you know, I talk to machines better than people, it seems, but anyway, yeah. So it wasn't something I was interested in doing. I consider it. I don't know. I might consider it someday. Maybe when I'm retired and I can reveal. I can not worry about being doxxed. So
Yeah, that's a thing is
because I can't have an honest opinion if I have to worry about what I say.
it's
Right? We're all
no,
self-censoring ourselves. We're
no,
doing
you're
self-censoring.
right on with that. So I'm writing back to. Yeah, I don't type very well, by the way, but yeah, that's one of the things about being the safety doc is like everybody knows who I am. So I never had this like secondary handle. So like everything I do is measured. But even with that, like there are consequences to being the safety doc. Like when I wrote School of Airs was the end of being a school administrator. Nobody would hire you after you wrote a book where you challenged the safety industry. And I knew that. It wasn't only that, like it shut down conferences. Like I used to present regularly at conferences, was hired as a keynote. And there was a large conference when, and two things happen is one is like you're speaking a narrative that goes against the vendors. The vendors are paying $10,000 a table. So like, they don't want you there. But
Follow
another
the
one,
money.
yeah, I was hired and then less than 24 hours later, they said, no, we can't have you here. And I'm like, okay, why? And so the person I knew, and they're like, okay, so I'm going to share a string of emails with you. And I knew some of the people. I'm like, you little weasels, you cowards. But it was because I challenged the education standards in professional standards of learning in my book. Like I went through and said the whole
Only
thing was
yes
just
men need apply. Only right.
and I saw these emails, and this person was like, okay, I'll share this with you, but promise like you won't, go back. I said, it's totally cool. Like you trust me, like I won't share this. But I'm like, I knew then the people, and I'm like, they chose to not inform the people attending the conference with accurate information by keeping me out, which is their choice, right? Okay, they can
Right.
do that, I guess. But but it's kind of one of these weird things because my parents are both, they're like in their 80s, or you kind of feel like a little bit like a what is it? I don't know, not rock star, like a kind of like a what the
Yeah,
hell is it?
yeah, I get it.
No, yeah. What is I'm trying to like a like a Incredibles, like a superhero type thing. You kind of feel that role a little bit. I said, yeah, I kind of because I know what I wrote is accurate. Nobody can challenge me on the accuracy because I'm like, if I say like in a document of whatever, they never mentioned school safety one time. I mean, that's a fact. Like that's not disputable. And I do like there are people who, or I'll teach these graduate courses, and someone will call me up from the Department of Education in my state saying, well, you should really back off this thing where you're saying like there shouldn't be in school services for whatever because it's a playing time. And I'm like, that's garbage. Like what I'm saying is right. I'm not. You don't have any control over me. If you want to take it up with the university, fine. You have no control over me. Back off. You're a coward. I'm doing the work that you should be doing, and you should be informing your constituents. You're paid to do this. I'm doing the job that you're not doing. So just back off. And people are like, oh my God. And it's funny because I can, it comes back to me in circles, right? Of like, and I'm like, I'm right. Like I'm done with playing these games, and kind of, like I said, I don't wield the safety doc thing, but I'm like, if you want to bring it up, really, if this is where you want to challenge and you want to pull your credentials against mine,
all right, I'll pull mine out, and
you are going to be in big trouble, my friend.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
All your information is sourced too.
Well, I have 471 citations and notes in my current book, and then the other stuff. So I mean, but I give people the opportunity to reinform them, and I never like try to. I don't diss organizations and people when I'm talking, but I try to get people to say like, here are the questions you need to be asking of your organizations that you're paying to be a member of, or your state organization, your state leadership. Here are questions of, like mask, for example. So like, should every school have, that was one thing that came up, like the school should give guidance, like should every school give out the same mask to every kid so you have inter-rater reliability, like is that, does, so like you need an answer from the state, is that a yes or a no, and the state be like, I don't know, it's up to you. I'm like, well, that's not an answer. Like you got to press them because you could be sued on this, right?
Yeah.
So like, and they're
Man,
going
the edicts from above. They're
right,
basically just edicts from above.
and
And you
so
deal with it, figuring it out. Right.
so they pass, and then so that's where I get in and say, but you're paying $4,000 a year to be a part of this, and they're supposed to give you some legal advice, so like you got to keep pressing them on this. And eventually then it comes back to, are you in David's class? And I'm like, Sass1 too many. So Sass, I joke a lot about this, but you and the Cannonball Run, so basically
here we
anybody
go. Here we go.
so yeah, Bacon says, don't make Safety Doc gangsta. So it's funny because I've had more people in the last 5 years tell me like that they're like, I'm intimidated by you. You're intimidated, or like, behind the scenes, like with some of these organizations, like you're perceived as a very intimidating figure. I'm like, well, I'm a pretty easygoing guy. Like I'm not out to get anybody, but right. Like, but at the same point, I'm at a point in life and career where like if you're
Close
going
minds bug you. Yeah.
right. And if you're going to challenge obviously accurate information, like I'm like, this school, the state endorsed and put all these locks on, and now the doors don't work. Well, that's a problem, right? So,
Yeah.
So
and
so
bollards.
it is kind of,
Don't forget bollards.
Holy,
you have to mention bollards for bacon.
My God, bollards in chapter 28 of my book. Like I've got it memorized. Like people will be like, any part in your book, I'm like, go to chapter 28 in the bollard section and read that, and then read about Pete Medic in Ohio talking about all these bollards. People got killed when they put them on bike trails, because bikers would be going around the corner and they wouldn't expect these things, and they would run into them and they'd be killed. And I'd be like, holy God. I mean, and but yeah, I don't have any use. Well, I mean, there are very specific instances when maybe they're relevant, but in the case when they're being applied, didn't make any sense, and it really pissed me off. And it was funny because my local district, where I used the picture that was in my book, they changed the front of that school so it no longer matched the image in the book, and they did it a year after the book came out.
Burn.
And it was a burn. And yeah, and I also ran for, I didn't run for school board, but I applied for a vacant school board position, and they didn't give it to me. I don't have any hard feelings with my school district. They have a new soup, I think.
Doc, too many truth bombs, Doc.
Too many truth bombs. I wasn't going to get that position, but it was funny because one person specifically told me the center of the school has been changed because they don't want it to look like the image in your book anymore. I'm like, Doc was right, and the damn thing is faded and rusting and everything. And so anyway, you had a 1988 Isuzu Impulse, which is still rated as the #1 vehicle on Car and Driver and Edmunds. And it won 7 JD Power Awards.
It had a suspension system designed by Lotus.
It did.
Yes,
it was amazing. And it was the car actually considered for Back to the Future, but it was just too expensive to get the rights for it. So, but let me tell us about the story. In 1989, a Cannonball Run involves you, high speeds, a 6-pack of beer.
And Cannonball Run was spurred on by alcohol consumption and running out of alcohol at an inopportune moment.
Okay.
So, we were a bunch of yuppies and stuff. We used to get together and, on weekends and stuff, and, party together, cookouts, and go out to dinner and whatever, all that kind of stuff. There was a gang of us. And this one particular night, there was a couple of us that just didn't want the party to end.
Okay.
And then I volunteered to drive.
All right.
Which I usually did. And so at the time we were in Stratford, Connecticut, and it was about 3 a.m. on a Sunday morning, and we decided that we had to go to New York to buy some beer. So, I said, well, I'll drive. And then one other guy said, yeah, I'll go with you. And so we drove down via the Merritt Parkway to the Hutchinson River Parkway into Westchester. And we went to all these places that were still open just to buy 1 6-pack of beer. And nobody in New York was having any of it. We must look like we were, 4 sheets to the wind or whatever. But we just got refused. We just want 1 6-pack. There's
Right.
2 of us. There's 4 more people where we're going. And they're like, no, get out of here. So after about an hour of driving around New York, we finally gave up, and I was pissed off because here I am in New York at 4:30 in the morning or whatever time it was. It was, on a Sunday. Now I'm ready for to head to a diner for coffee and eggs.
Oh yeah.
And so we start driving back, and the guy in the car with me passes out. He reclines the seat back, and he just conks. And I'm like, now I'm really pissed. So I'm like, all right, I just want to get out. And I'm falling asleep. So I'm like, okay, I need to wake up. So I think it was the Greenwich, Connecticut toll. There were tolls on the Merritt Parkway. And after I went through the toll, I just said, all right, we're just going to go faster. So I went through all 5 gears, and I kept going and going and going and going. And I don't know, I was just driving. And then I hear the RPM limiter kicking on in 5th gear. So I'm like, RPM limiter. I look down because I'm driving. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. It was like 6,500 RPMs. I was probably doing about $1.50.
Okay.
So I clicked the cruise control on, and I just steered all the way back to Stratford on the Merritt Parkway, which is one of these 2-lane, 2 lanes going north, 2 lanes going south, whatever, scenic highways with it, trees in the middle, trees and grass and stuff like that. And it's very, if you've ever been to Connecticut, it's, there's not a lot of big mountains, but there's a lot of molehills.
Okay.
And, you'll be coming down a hill. It'll be kind of straight. You get to the bottom, and then it's a right-hand turn, more or less. And then you go way up another hill. And I maintained that speed under cruise control all the way back to Stratford, Connecticut. And I was wide awake when I got back. I didn't need coffee. I didn't need eggs. I didn't need nothing. And my witness was passed out. And I'm like, damn it.
So you're doing 150 miles an hour.
Pretty much top speed of the car. Yeah.
Wow.
And the handling on the car was the best part about it. That it actually did have an actual Lotus suspension system. It had a multi-link rear end. I swear the car would lean into corners the harder you pushed it. It was amazing design, and I had really wide tires. The car came stock, pretty well set up.
That's amazing.
So that was the Cannonball Run for 1 6-pack of beer.
1 6-pack of beer.
Failed.
Did you have a CB radio? Were you like calling ahead or?
No, I think I was blasting Pat Benatar on the cassette.
No 1021s. Where are we at here? Okay.
And the only people that were on the roads were me and the state cops. And I think they saw me go by and said, nah, nope, not going after that one.
They're getting ready to throw the lights on, and they're like, nah.
They wouldn't catch me.
There's not many people out there, and it looks good. So, oh my God. That is hilarious. So anybody
I sold that car, by the way, in 92 to a guy who shipped it back to the UK.
Oh, really?
They're collector's items over there. My car. He's like, your car is nicer than the ones I see on the showroom. I think it had 25,000 miles on it after.
Oh my
4 or 5
God.
years. He shipped it to the UK. That's funny.
Holy smokes. Yeah, I don't have anything like great with any of my prior cars, except I had a 1996 Dodge Intrepid, which was failing so badly, like the engine and things, that when I traded in, I told the guy, I'm like, Yeah, I'll bring it here like next week because
It
I
was an
don't have time.
88, by the way, 88 Impulse that
80.
I owned. Yeah,
Let me change it to a
that's all right. No
1980.
big deal.
No, because people are going to look this up. They're going to be like, "Where is this?" They're gonna try to 3D print one. Yeah, which is
That car was on rails. It really was. You couldn't have done it otherwise. If you ever drove on the Mirror Parkway, you go, no way you did 100, let alone 150 on this road.
Were you running zero weight oil in that, or what was happening?
I don't run oil. Oil slows me down.
That's where Bacon ran into problems. He was running zero. He was running no oil and no air filter, and he eventually caught up with him.
I ran whatever the manufacturer called for. I ran in my cars.
Holy
Never messed around.
smokes! Like, oh, Robert's saying oil slows you. Robert's right. Oil slows you down. Don't mess with oil, air filters, all of that stuff. Like, kind of just Model T it, Model A it. It was all good back then. Oh my God. Yeah. So it was my wife and I we took a vacation up in Superior, Wisconsin, and it was just to get an extra like 1,000 miles on the car before we traded it in versus the one we traded in for. And like literally, I got it to the dealership, and I'm like, "Don't turn it off because I don't know if it'll start again." And then I just handed the keys over to the guy because we already had sealed the deal. And of course, they're like, "Well, we want to take it today." I'm like, "No, dude, I got stuff like that. I'll bring it here next week." They're like, "Don't worry about it." And I'm like, "Holy smokes!" It was so like sketchy on the way there. I'm like, "Don't shut the car off. The car's just
that's funny.
Fill up with gas. The car's still running. Like it's got to run till a moment like they take it. He's got to be the dude to shut it off. Then if it doesn't start, be like, "What did you do? It ran great. What did you turn it the wrong way or something?"
By the way, when I had that Impulse, my other car was a 1985 Camaro, which I bought brand new.
Holy smokes!
That was my second car. I used that to pull my boat.
With a Camaro?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I got to dig up the photos on that. Nobody will believe me. I got them buried in a trunk somewhere.
See, I would think. I mean, a Camaro would have the power. I just don't. Would it have the low gearing to like really?
Well, it was a 5-speed.
Okay.
I only bought manuals back in the day when I can get them because
Yeah. Oh my God, that is so funny. Yeah. Oh God, I don't know. I guess my coolest vehicle would have been an '88 LeBaron, which had its limitations, but from an aesthetic standpoint, really looked cool. And I had the Kelly racing tires on it with the white wall, so you like scrubs so that the word Kelly and stuff like that. And people in the headlight covers would come down. They're all metal and burgundy interior. And I worked at Menards in the plumbing department in college. And my coworkers used to come out after work and just like hang around the car, like, "Hey, can you give us a ride?" And I'm like, "Whoa!" Like, the car itself was just really cool. And it eventually died of
They were electrical. Like luxury sports cars. I think
it was.
LeBarons were supposed to be.
It didn't. Yeah, I mean, it didn't have any like really sports car capability. It was
a little bit smaller than the standard sedan, I think.
Right? It was, and it had red pinstripes. I mean, it looked really cool. Like
that goes an extra 5 miles an hour faster with the pinstripe, at least.
It was, and when I got to 144,000 miles, like the electrical just started to go in within a couple months. It was just gone. Like I would take it into the places. They're like, "Yeah, the whole thing is just kind of like you're best to just get rid of it." And multiple people were telling me that. But in it did show its age. But like I have pictures of myself with that car when I got it, and I bought it used, but it was like a lady who owned it, and then for a couple of years and sold it. She was like very meticulous, like, "Here's all the records," and I just kept it garaged. But I mean, that car being like I don't know, it was like maybe 18, 19 when I had it. Like that was a perfect car to have at that age. Like, oh my God, pairing up to that vehicle, like it just looked cool. Like it was cool. Like at that point in life, like that was just a damn cool vehicle to have. And I remember like pulling up, I was dating some girl and like her dad came out and she's like, and then dad saw me, he's like, "God, that's a cool car." I'm like, "Yeah, it is. Thanks, man." It's a cool car. Didn't ask anything else.
I had a few cool cars when I was younger, but they were junk already. They're already worn out. So the coolest car I had at the was later on in my 20s when I bought the new cars. Because like, well, if you're going to go buy a new car, what are you going to buy? I'm going to buy a Camaro. Oh, you're gonna get an
Oh
automatic?
yeah.
No, I'm getting a 5-speed. No automatics. I mean, my first car when I was 11, I learned how to drive a 3-speed on the call in the woods. So you know, but yeah, I had mostly junks before then, and a couple of decent used cars, but nothing
Yeah.
nothing you really were proud of. You know,
I used to wax that LeBaron, and then there was this thing called
yeah.
Ori. It was this infomercial, this car wax, which just today like I would never get it, but they would like put it on the hood and then they set the hood on fire and then be like, look at it, correct or not correct, it protected the hood, but of course it's just garbage. But
Yeah. Yeah.
but I worked at a pool and people would always leave behind their towels, right? So you'd put them out for a week, and if people didn't claim them, then I would just take them home and use them to wax my car. So, I mean, so
Cool.
I had this endless supply of like these really nice towels to like wax my
Mm.
LeBaron and stuff like that. So, oh god, no, I do. I miss the vehicle. Like I have pictures, and I'm like but now I'm like I'm not that closely connected. Like a vehicle's a vehicle, but God's sakes, like that.
I outgrew cars a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. I totally outgrew them.
yeah, I don't really have yeah, there's no greater connection between my lawnmower and me and my car and me really at this point. Like
Yeah.
you're all kind of on the same level, like there in the garage, like we're all kind of at the same.
Yeah. I don't want to think about it. I just a box with 4 wheels. I want the
Yeah.
AC to work, the radio to work, the windows and the doors to work. That's it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, I get more pragmatic as I get older. I just yeah, I don't know. It's one of the things here. So, like I said, Wisconsin is it's cold. Like well, it's cold. The winters, 0, 20 degrees
Yeah.
below. So like
Hard on vehicles
so
too.
it
Yeah.
sucks on vehicles and for like clothing. What I do is I there's this place in Minnesota where they get the used NFL apparel, like what the players wear. Not the jerseys, but just like the under the thermal shirts and stuff. And then I buy like
Like
these
the
shirts.
PT stuff.
Yeah, I
Your
buy like this
PT
stuff
workout.
from there,
Yeah.
and it's like super warm, and and it's really good quality, right? Because it has to last through an NFL game, and it's like $20. So it's funny because I wear all these shirts, and the easiest stuff to get is the worst teams, like the Jets. I mean, or the Texans. Like I have a lot of that apparel because those teams are horrible and nobody buys them. But I just found that on eBay once, and then like I ordered one. I'm like, holy smokes, this really works. Like it's really nice and warm. But yeah, I mean, like I still have the navy pea coat. It's like 25 years old, and it's funny because my kids, they're always kind of updating to like current things and stuff like that. I'm like,
That's a shame. I wore out all my dad's peacoats. Me and my brothers.
oh God,
Me and my older brother. My oldest brother was too big to wear his coats, but we didn't know what we were doing. We just wore the coats out. You know. I mean, I wish I had those coats now, today.
yeah,
Navy peacoats. They were wool, I think, right?
yeah, mine is 100% wool, and I take it once a year to be professionally dry cleaned. And actually, I was in a car accident when I totaled out my other lacrosse, and I was beat up pretty bad, but I had the coat on. Coat didn't have a tear, nothing. I'm covered in glass and all this stuff, and the coat was fine. And I think the coat actually, I think, helped be a buffer in that whole incident. Because yeah, it was pretty. I'm looking at this. I'm like, how in the hell does this thing not got a mark on it? I'm like, I don't, my body looks all bad, but yeah, the coat was just like, yeah. So it's remarkable. I was not a button, nothing loose on it. I'm like, holy God, this thing's like a superhero cape. Um, yeah, that sucked. I don't know if well, you were in the accident. When you were in the accident, did you're saying you knew you were going to go, it was going to happen, right? Because you saw it unfolding in front of you.
Yeah. Once the car at the end pulled out and then just came to a stop, I could see there was no movement, and I could see, and I was closing at a pretty good clip. I was probably doing about 50, 55 miles an hour, and it was dusk, so you couldn't see everything perfectly. But I knew the area very well, and I knew there was a stone wall that went around the corner, and there was a row of mailboxes on top of the stone wall. I was more worried about the mailboxes than the car.
Okay.
Mailboxes rip you to shreds, you
Oh
know.
yeah.
So I knew the area very well. I mean, it was only literally a mile from my destination, which was home,
Oh God.
and that's where most of the accidents happened, by the way, within a
Right.
mile or two from home. So, um, no, I saw it happen. I couldn't believe it was happening, and I couldn't stop it from happening.
Yeah. That's when I was in the accident, it was weird. It was the day that School of Airs, my first book, was accepted for publication. So I'd worked with the publisher, and eventually, you get to this point where either they accept it or they don't. So that morning they accepted it, which was a big, big deal for me. And then on the way home, it started to kind of like get this icy sleet thing. And then in front of me on the interstate, I saw these cars start to swerve and stuff. I'm like, oh God, like I'm part of this now. And I knew for like 2-3 seconds I was going to be in this accident. And so like my car just got pounded all over the place, and ended up over on a side and stuff like that. And then I'm just trying to take inventory of like, okay, am I okay? And then like I couldn't get out of the vehicle because the vehicle had been compacted down and stuff like that. And but yeah, I was at that full 2 or 3 seconds, and then it was just like I just knew I was going to get into it. So
There's a momentary disbelief there of what's going on in front.
and I love that car too, which really sucked. But and then as I don't know all the times I was hit, because I know the initial, you know, time I hit the wall, and then I got hit by another vehicle, and but it was so weird. And then when I the next day I was able to go to the place where they took it and take out my personal belongings, so which was I don't really remember that very well. Oh God, I had a CD player, and I had a CD I was playing at the time, and for some reason the CD player let me eject the CD, like the battery was still connected, which was the weirdest thing because I'm like I pressed the button and it was like the last little gift the car gave back to me, but I took pictures, and then the insurance adjuster said, "Holy God, like, this thing is, I mean, it was just destroyed, right?" And then they kept asking, like, "Are you okay?" Because we would assume you'd have greater injuries based upon the damage to the vehicle. And I said, "Yeah, I mean, I missed some time at work, and I had my picture taken for School of Airs by my professional picture, so it's in the back of the book, and it was 3 or 4 days after the accident. So the guy taking the picture had to touch up all my face, and the face all below it and all cut up. And so, but for the timeline, I'm like, well, let's take the picture. So like he took it, and then but it's so weird because if you look at the picture, you wouldn't tell initially, but but I look at that picture, I'm like, oh God, like that was just a horrible. That just as a
they tell me my head blew up like a balloon when I.
Oh my God.
They wouldn't let me near a mirror actually for a little while.
That's
Yeah.
That's horrible. That is yeah. Oh my God.
I must have been a sight.
Wow. So when
the problem is you can't see yourself when you're like that, so you can't say what you did to others, from seeing you that way.
That's a good point. So this was back right before COVID, and the wrecker came in. There were many records, fire departments, police stuff out to this accident, and the wrecker loaded my vehicle, and then I said, "Can you drive me home?" And they're like, "Okay." So they pull up in front of the house, and the vehicle's smashed on the back, and I get out, and I'm walking and I called my wife ahead and said, "I've been in this accident, and I don't think I have to go to the hospital, but we'll see." And I come up to the house, and my daughters, I think my youngest daughter at the time, I don't know if she was like 7, maybe 6, 7. And she saw me. And of course, like I'm swollen up, I'm still covered in glass. And she was terrified. Like she ran and I think hid in the house and was crying and all this stuff. And yeah. So it took a while for her to come out. And I'm okay, changed out of the clothes and stuff like that, and everything's all right. Vehicle's gone. that's, I think I yanked the car seat out of it. That's why I wanted them to bring it so I could like get the car seat out of it or something. But I said, I'm okay. And I didn't really know if I was okay though. That was the one time like that. I'm like, I'm not sure I am actually okay. And the next day I went in and cracked ribs and things and stuff, but I was just gonna tough it out. But yeah, it was a question because I'm like, I told my wife, I'm like, you gotta, you know me better than I know me right now. Like,
am I okay?
I might just be running off adrenaline. Like, I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
well, that's a thing. That's a real thing. Adrenaline will make you seem normal.
Yeah.
I think. I mean, I've been through it. So, many other samples, not just that one day.
No, that's a good point for people to take out of this here. I know we're as we wrap this up, people.
Yeah. Oh my God,
Adrenaline
look
for
at the
people adrenaline gives an impression of normalcy, right? Or people that are hyper awake and attending and stuff like that, when really they're not. So that's where if you're a member check and you know somebody and you're like, hey, it's like you are this, I need to monitor you, or you're not, or let's get another person's opinion on this because I don't feel. And it can be that, it could be something that happens with their job or just like something.
Adrenaline can make you seem uninjured.
Yeah. And
people get shot when they have adrenaline. They don't realize they got shot.
You're right. I mean, that's a great point. And I remember when I was taken out of the vehicle and then, with the fire department, I used to be a firefighter. So I kind of like knew the whole thing and stuff like that. And then I remember one of the firefighters saying to me, you might be having an adrenaline response. Like, because I said, no, I'm fine. I'm good. And I think like I wasn't, I mean, obviously they're looking at me saying, I don't think you're fine. I don't think so, Doc. But he said to me, I think you're having an adrenaline response. We're going to monitor you. And I'm like, and I remember those words. I'm like, yeah, cause I'm the doc. Like, I know this stuff. Like I probably am like not authentically. So then I tried to ask people like, yeah, do I look okay? Like, am I, and then, my balance, and am I presenting okay to you? Are you understanding my words? Am I, and as we get into this too, like, as you said, anybody around you, if you can be a member check to them and help them, or as they get infiltrated with information.
That's a different kind of face validity, right?
It is. Yeah.
But it's the same concept.
And face. So I wrote a whole section in my book, not a chapter, like an entire section on face validity, which is informed by many people, stories, interviews. But it's something you can recognize for yourself. You can recognize for others, and you can start using those terms and being that face validity check for others and being that member check. So, I think you have all those skills, right? You are there. And
I've learned a lot in the past couple of years alone, believe it or not. I mean, things changed drastically, with the COVID. And I think a lot of folks, including myself, have learned a lot about, how to sanity check some of this stuff that we're being told and, what we're seeing with our own eyes, like you say, does it cope? Joe Dolo's showing pictures of his empty shelves, and I go to my store and it's like, well, only certain things are gone.
Right.
And it's like not such a bad deal. Of course, we're right on the coast over here too. So,
and Joe Dolio is in my book. I interviewed Joe a few times, and so he's well represented in my book. And you're right. This, the whole face validity is something. I look at some of these things like I didn't know what face validity was until maybe 5 years ago. I didn't know what a member check was. I didn't know. I mean, you can go down the line, like a lot of things I wrote about. I just kind of wrote about because I learned about them, and then I'm like, well, these are good things. And if I just knew about them, if I just learned about them, like other people probably don't know about them because they're not telling. I'm not hearing this in my circle, so I want people to know about this. I want to write about face validity. I want to interview people, and one of the things that that is real. It's up front in the book, and one of the probably the most meaningful parts of the book to me is my daughter, who was 9 at the time when COVID hit. Her school closed down, and I thought she was okay, and then I started to see signs that she wasn't. Like, she's like, my friends are telling me the playground is being torn out. We're never coming back to
Wow.
school. Like, all of, hospitals or all these things. And I'm like, and she had no other check. Like, what's she going to do? Watch the news? Because the news is made for adults, and news is scary the way it is, and all the imagery, and they're showing people in hospitals.
I couldn't see it from a child's perspective.
So she, and she couldn't see her friends. Like, they couldn't come over to the house because everyone was told to stay at home. And she'd go out on her bike, and we'd tell her, stay in the driveway, because, we just didn't know. Nobody knew at that time.
Right.
And so anyway, she got to this point where she was just, you could just see, she's like, the whole world is changing. I'm very scared. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. She never said, I don't know the truth. Right. But she's like, I don't know what's happening. And I just decided, I'm like, here's the deal. You and I, we are going to start and I wrote about this in the book, which is, so when I wrote about it, it's in this like third person. You don't know it's me, although like you could probably figure it out. But I said, we're going to go, where do you want to go? So we were down here in this office, and I made a list. I had a notebook and said, okay, she's like, I want to go to the park. I want to go to my school. I want to go here. I want to go to Walmart. I want to go. I'm like, okay. And then here's some places Dad wants to go. I want to go to the Armory. I want to go to these places. So we had like this list. And I said, we're going to go here in our town to these places. We're taking the camcorder, and we're going to do a news report, and we'll come back and we'll edit it. And I never made it public. This wasn't anything for the public. It was just something that we did. Right. And then we showed to like my other daughter, my wife, and stuff like that. And so we went out, and we'd be in front of Walmart, right? We'd be in the parking lot, and I'd say like, okay, like, what do you see? Before that, what do you think we're going to see before we get there? Well, I think it's going to be closed and all this. So we get there. Okay, it's open. What do you see? It's one entrance, and people are like, 5 feet or so apart. And why do you think that is? And like, and she'd say, I think there's things there. Why? And I'm like, well, I shop there. So there's things on the ground they have to stand on. There's X's, and then they move forward. So they're still going in and out. Like, this is still normal, right? It's different. And we went to her school. She went right up to the door, and it said school closed because of COVID. We went to the playground, and the playground was all roped off. And I have a picture in my book of the yellow tape. Police actually came in through the lights on, trying to get us away from the playground. I'm like, hey, I'm lay off here. But we did it 13 times. We did the same trip 13 times over 4 months, and we made videos for everyone. And then actually it was fun because we were down here, and she's adding in all these After Effects, all these crazy things happening. But what it did for her is, it's like, here's what's actually happening. What your friends are saying about the playground being ripped out. Nope. They're just putting in a volleyball court. There's a big pile of sand.
She got her own eyes on
she got her eye, and she started to say that I see this. So she reported. I had the camera on her. We had these little like 10-minute news reports that she would do. And then I just told her, I'm like, this will be important for you when you get older, because this is a once in a lifetime thing. And so she didn't know the purpose. Like, she just knew suddenly things were real for her.
It's got to be confusing for a youngster. I mean, how do you explain that? It's hard. I think your approach was fantastic.
Well, thanks. And for her, it worked really, and it was tangible. It was always moving through time and what you expect. And then we timestamped these. And then once we got in and things kind of eased here, it was really good. But I'm kind of looking back, and I'm like, if I didn't do that, if I didn't in the moment, it was just a thing where I'm like, we're going out, and here's what we're going to,
awesome.
And it was, I wrote about, and for kids that get in this whirlpool effect, I think it happens for older people too, that time, they don't have enough new experiences. So time doesn't move forward, and you have to have these new experiences to go out. And again, this whole thing of I observed versus they said, I'm like, well, you can go tell your friends right now, I observed, I was at the park today, and everything is still there. And they're putting in a, volleyball court. But I felt as a dad, and then as kind of a safety expert, and maybe like a whatever chaos theorist or whatever, like that was my shining moment.
No, that was awesome. I thank God my kids were out of school.
Yeah, no kidding.
And my heart broke for the youngsters, because even, I think they were being emotionally tortured. Not necessarily intentionally, but I think that was the results, you know. And then I saw what the kids went back to schools and they had them inside hula hoops and they're wearing masks and I'm like, this is not good.
No,
None of this is good.
I'm with you. Yeah, some of the initial ways, and I kept some of that out of the book, but like in our school district, they put these signs up on playgrounds, and they were really intense legal signs, like you're taking your own risk of playing here, and you should sanitize and contact the district if you want them to come and sanitize this swing or something when you're done with it. I'm like, this is ridiculous. This doesn't. But she would look at that, and I'm like, just ignore it. I mean, because like I've done this enough. I know this is a lawyer who wrote this. This isn't your school.
Yeah.
They're not going to come at you. You're not in any trouble if you're on the swing or the whatever things that the different wonky devices they have there. You're not going to get in trouble, especially if I'm with you. But yeah, it really messed with kids. And again, for her, that was 20% of her life. For me, it was 2% of my life.
Right.
So that's another thing. And then for older people, like my parents, when they started to shut down places that they would go, like the McDonald's in my town, there was one McDonald's and they used to go there, shut that down. And, the high school athletics, they couldn't go to those. The games are shut down to the public. And so like they started to get disconnected from,
that's happened to my mom. My mom was, she turned 94. She was very independent. She still drives.
Wow.
And she would drive to the senior center every morning and have coffee and read the newspaper. And then she'd have lunch. And my little sister used to work there. She used to make lunch for the seniors until she passed away in 2020. So, my mom's world was shattered. She used to go to the senior center where her daughter worked. And every day, and then they closed everything instantly with the COVID, and then her daughter passes away a couple of months later.
Yeah.
So, she's disconnected from everything.
Yeah.
She's completely disconnected.
I have a chapter kind of earlier in the book too, where it was a mental health professional that I know, and she was talking about her 85-year-old dad and the impact that this was having on him. But no, you're right. So okay, as we officially close here, but what do you want?
Are we 4 hours? Don't tell me we're 4 hours.
But it's all good. It's all good for the algorithm, because then you'll be the most popular person out there. Like tomorrow morning, you will be in everybody's feed. They'll be like, "Oh my God, this is this guy here." So no, I appreciate it. I think everything we covered. I think if someone was to take this and listen on a MP3, like as they're driving at 150 miles an hour from New York to California, they'd be like, "Hey, this is a great show. It really had me thinking."
Next time I'll tell you about our trip from Connecticut to Arizona.
Okay.
In a rental. We didn't go 150, but we averaged about 110.
Wow, I'm driving too slow.
Stop for gas. Only gas.
I took the family to Disney in Orlando, and I could have probably cut that trip down by a couple hours. Thinking back on it, but
when you got your kids in the car, you care more.
I did. Yeah, I definitely wanted them to be safe.
When I had kids, my driving habits changed completely. I turned into a fogey. Totally.
Yeah, my wife says.
Then it dawned on me, I could kill somebody else's kids.
Oh yeah.
Because I always tell my kids, I've learned every lesson the absolute hardest way known to man, but I've learned them. Eventually. Thank God.
Oh yeah. It's about learning. Yeah, taking things, observing, learning, and making decisions then and going forward. Just as as we've talked about. So I absolutely love this conversation. You're a good friend. I've watched you on different follow your content and
Thanks,
just you're a good guy. You're a good guy. I feel better I feel like I know more from listening to you and hearing from you. So this was a big show I look forward to for a long time. And for those of you in the chat, I appreciate again everybody's Zippy, Luminous, Vanessa, Martin,
hardcore
Bacon. These are hardcore chat friends here, so I appreciate all you guys. And personally, like for the show, so the show is up to going into today was at 833 subscribers, which was up 300 in the last month. And so it's like it's kind of this weird realism, like, hey, the show's likely going to.
I see Aaron Clary's starting to mention you on his, like on a regular basis now.
So
go over
he better damn well, because we're both from Wisconsin, damn it. And I bought him supper last year, but no, he's a good guy. I see Aaron on, every few months, like when he gets to Wisconsin, he has family here, so he'll call me up and say, hey, like, you want to meet for lunch or whatever. I say, yeah, so yeah, I'm very thankful for for Aaron, and
I think he'll get to 1,000 before the book release. I'm crossing my fingers.
So it's cool. Yeah, it's cool because and then with some more watch hours, I'm hoping I can get to that level, because it shows more in the algorithm, and of course with the efforts I'm doing with the book, I just want more people to know about the book.
Before this 4-hour stream, I was going to recommend to you that you cut your streams down a little bit and make them a little more palatable, and then now I'm a hypocrite.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'll tell you what, I have it both ways. So I do have for the first 100 shows I did, they were always 1 hour, because they were syndicated on the 405 media. So they were always 60 minutes. And then I started to do these longer shows. And some people asked to do longer, because I don't know if they just listen, if they put it in the background. I guess I should ask that. And then a couple of weeks ago, I did a 60-minute show as a premiere. So I already had it edited. And I had a lot of people who said they didn't like the 60 minutes. So I'm like, oh, okay. And
well, I think maybe you should have a variety of different.
No, yeah,
I see a lot of successful channels do that. They'll have a bunch of 15-minute videos, and then they'll have the solid hour ones, and then sometimes they'll have the 90-minute ones, and so you can decide if the subject matter is interesting enough to you. But I think you get a wider net if you have some shorter videos.
Well, I agree, and I think I'm going to that was kind of the goal of Face Validity Fridays. That was supposed to be a short, and it typically is shorter. It's like usually 60 to 90 minutes, but I think I'm going to try to mix in some shorter shows, some variety for people. So I'm with you. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to feel this out right now as I'm getting there.
I do want to mention, though, when I'm actually in the stream talking to you, the time goes by like this. It does not feel like it's been 4+ hours or whatever it's been. That's crazy. That really is crazy.
It is. No, I feel the same way. Like this is a very natural, this would be the type of conversation I would love to have, right? It's like sitting around a campfire, like, it's, so these are great conversations. So I'm going to get a shout out here to Elephant Armpit, one of my good friends there in the southern part of the state. So he is I think it's probably a little warmer by him, but he is holding down southern Wisconsin there, a good buddy. So he's saying he's loving the longer shows, but as you said, I need to I want to mix things up, because I want to provide a variety. So I am making more of a commitment to the channel, and the Face Validity Fridays have gone pretty well. I think I'm into like my 5th one now, and that's taking like 5 headlines. And
I can't always watch those live because I work on Friday.
Okay.
I really enjoyed the first couple. Those were phenomenal, actually.
And that's a morning, so it changes up and maybe the audience somewhat, and for me too, like what I'm trying to do is, like, I'm not a special guru or anything, but I'm trying to convey to people some of the things maybe that I've learned later in life that I wish I would have learned when I was younger. And these terms, like what is face validity and what is finite voltage and some of these things. But like, if you can get really good at face validity at any age, if you're 16 or if you're 60, like that will help you a ton.
Protect yourself. Yeah.
You're right. Like, and you will, if you start to listen to that, like you will see things differently in your life.
The problem is, once you see the matrix, you can't unsee it.
Right.
You cannot Go back. You cannot be what's his name and put me back in. Ignorance is bliss. You can't do that. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
the problem about going red pill, whatever, is once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. And I remember I had some conversations with people last year when I was privileged to some of the more insider things that were happening more in the education realm. Like I knew things that were going to happen like 8 days out, like schools closing and stuff. And so like I couldn't tell people. But when people would say things to me, I would kind of say like, I'm informed by a different set of information than you are. Like I have different meetings. I have different people I've met with. And yeah, like I knew, as you said, when some of that was seeing it, but some of it was also the exposure I had to different people or being part of those decisions being made. And like, I see the matrix better. I don't see all of it, but I see parts of it now that you don't see. And I can't tell you about it. That's not my role. But like I said, for my parents, it's kind of funny because they know like I have access to different levels of information and, and like, it's especially in the last year, that's really kind of come to the forefront. And it's been really a weird, it's been really weird. But I don't know. Yeah. But it is like, there's this moment, like anytime, like I'm like, I could just be, my channel could be gone. I could be eliminated. I mean, not that I'm going to be killed, but I mean, I could be just deplatformed and just vanished.
Yeah. Unpersoned. Yeah.
And, that's where, even like with my book, I'm like, God, like this is a risky book for the publisher to put out there. Like there were many times I thought I was going to be contacted and say like, you've got to soften this, or you've got to, or you've become.
By the way, I got to page 100. That's as far as I've gotten so far.
Of School of Errors?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
no.
Of the new one?
Of Velocity.
Oh, okay, good. So
yeah.
Then I gave you the reviewer's copies. So hopefully you like it.
Yeah, I do so far.
You're like so far, but there's a lot of time for it to like just go to hell.
Yeah, I think I got like 150 pages or 160 pages to go. So
it keeps
it's a little tougher for me to read than to listen and watch.
Well, tell you what though, it is coming out in audio. It's going to be delayed. So the publisher
that's no
has,
problem.
And I'll make sure that you get an audio copy of it. But
I'm going to buy a copy for each of my daughters, actually. So
that's cool. And the guy, and so the narrator is an actor who is very well known, and I was fortunate that it all worked out that way. So
I hope it's Mike Rowe.
No, it isn't. And
darn it! Oh well.
Mike and I had a connection early on in this to do the foreword, and then Mike just was like, "I'm too busy." And yeah, so I've had that was back and forth, and he was taking on the new stuff, and I thought, just like Danny Woodburn, I lucked out, that Danny did the foreword for School Bears. I thought Mike was going to do. It wasn't a content thing. It was a logistic. At least that's what he said. He's a good guy.
Mike's a good guy.
And then I'm just like, the hell with it. I'm not going to the forward. I don't need it. But I landed the narrator. I won it, which was just luck. And part of it was the narrator was just like, I believe in your work. Like, this is something I want to do. It's a powerful nonfiction piece for me. So like, we kind of met in the middle, like through the publisher and stuff like that. Otherwise there would have been no way, like this probably would have worked out. So that's something too, like while this book will be out, it's out in print and ebook and all that, it will have an audio book, which is going to be so awesome. Like I can't give the name of the narrator, but the narrator, I have the samples from the narrator and I'm like, when I listen to the narrator, I'm like, whoa, you just bring it to life.
Nice.
It's like nothing else. So you're going to have so much fun. Anyone listening out there, as you get to the audio book that's at a very low price point too. Like that is, I know the book is expensive. The hard copy is expensive. I'd have no control over that as a publisher. And even like paperback you got to make a little bit of a commitment, right? But like, I tell people, I'm like, if you're going to a out for supper or like a sports event or something, or a concert, like, you got to consider like everything you're getting for this book. I mean, there's a lot that went into it.
Right.
Trust me, like I get a very small percentage off of this
it's a good book. I just wish I could read it and then retain the information properly. So I might have to read it over a few times. But
it's funny because people will ask me, like with School of Airs, there are people who will read the book and they'll ask very specific questions, or they'll send me like outlines I did of the book or something, which I appreciate. But then I'll be like, I don't, back when you wrote about whatever, I'm like, you got to give me a second to like brush up on what did I actually write about. I'm like, okay,
That's
yeah,
a big book. That's a big book too.
and there's so much in there, like, Hobbes Leviathan and whatever. I'm like, and it was, this whole time, like I'm synthesizing. I have this weird ability to synthesize information that normally probably wouldn't go together. Like, my publisher's like, it's a great book, but like no one else would ever write anything like this. Like, it's Malcolm Gladwell is what he said. Like, you're very much a Malcolm Gladwell type writer. And when I wrote Velocity of Information, like the publisher loved it. Boom, I sent it and they're like, nothing. It's going to press as it is. Like, we love it.
Wow.
And so like I've been so excited about, and I had professional graphics made for that book. Amy DiStefano made the graphics with me. So like that book is going to be when the copies actually come out, and then I think when the narrated version, but it's so real. Like it just talks to the reader, right? I'm not talking. The whole thing, like all the reviewers would say, it's the voice. Like your voice is constant throughout. You're talking just as I did kind of with School Bears, but it's kind of weird because like it was so strange to do that, to write, to spend 3,000 hours writing a book and researching it. And
that's a year and a half.
It's a year and a half of life.
9-to-5 job.
471 endnotes of Chicago Style, which I didn't know, and then I had to hire an editor to help me on Chicago Style, and that took weeks, maybe 8 to 10 weeks, just to do the endnotes for the book.
Wow.
And getting. I mean, people don't know this. Like, sometime I'll do a story, but like, you have to get permissions on everything. You have to transcribe. So I'd listen to people, I'd interview them, and then I'd listen and slow it down, and I would type out and transcribe, and some of the stuff had to be professionally transcribed. But that book, I think, is going to be the one that will change the way that people see the world. It is, to me. I mean, I love reading the Velocity of Information. I could read it every day, and I mean, even though the cover is a little wonky, I like the book itself. I love, and like, I mean, I have some minor things like I want to go back in and tweak, but I mean, I just love the book, and I feel really happy and proud that I'm able to give it to people. Like the biggest thing for me is like to send you a book, right? Or to donate books to libraries. Like, it just means.
Yeah, very generous of you to even consider that, actually. But no, I just a little bit I read. I mean, the beginning is very interesting. I mean, just it kind of grabs you right in the front. My problem is I have to shut the windows down, and I don't remember to open them back up again because my Windows has to restart and everything has to close. Because I keep my personal laptop next to my work laptop, so I could listen to music or do some things during the day that I would normally have to get up and walk out of a room. So I kept your book up here, and then like I'd have 15 minutes in between meetings, and I'd read a little bit, and so I was trying to get it done while I was awake. If I read at night, I just fall asleep.
Yeah.
So I can't read at night. So I could listen to an audiobook and not know what I listen to because I'll be asleep in no time flat.
To be honest, I have to listen to audiobooks like 3 times before I really get it.
You zone out. Yeah, you zone out.
I love it, but I'm zoning out. And the second time, I'm kind of like picking up on some more things. And the third time, and I enjoy all 3 times, but like.
But I have to actually read the words. Yeah, I have to actually read the words to get something. To get more out of it, I have to read the words.
And the graphics are really cool. And and these are like I did the 10 interviews. So like if someone was to ask you, hey, like tell me about the crab boat guy, like you'd be able to talk for 5 minutes about Robert Travis and the stuff on the crab boat, and you'd convey the concepts. And so that's where I feel really fortunate that. So right at the start of the book, right, I said, these are people who don't give interviews. Linda Stone does not give interviews. Former vice president of Microsoft,
Joe Dolio does. He's probably the only one, right?
Joe Dolio is, and I'll tell you, Joe contributed significantly. But I'm thrilled with the success he's having with his Tactical Wisdom series. And
he just published another book.
He did. So And so but Larry Lawton, America's biggest jewel thief, 1.4 million YouTube subscribers. I said, Larry doesn't give interviews. The fact that,
Right.
and I mean, I have Larry's cell phone number. Like, I mean, I can call him, and in 2 minutes he'll call me back if he doesn't answer. I mean, um, I that was a big part of the book. Is like I have interviews in there from these amazing. I mean, everybody's kind of amazing. These people who've had amazing experiences, right? With
You're not
chaos.
ABC. You're not ABC, Doc. Let's face it.
And they give me these interviews, and they'll tell me straight up, like, I don't do interviews with other people. So
Right.
that's a part of, if you're reading the book, you're not going to see like the seventh interview of Robert Travis or Linda Stone. Like, you're going to see the first. And so that's also a real gem of the book, is like, and I had to build up trust with these people. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
conversations and back and forth before they even agree to something. And so that's where I think when I think the book is absolutely exceptional, and I put my heart into it. But when you go through that, it's realizing that these are people who would say no to 99 out of 100 people who would contact them, and one person they'd say maybe to. They would never say yes. You'd have to like prove yourself. And um, it all came together. And sometime I'll talk about that whole process too, of like what it's like to start a book and all these points where it can just derail. And when you actually get to the point where it's all done and it actually comes in the mail and the box arrives at your house, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe this
Yeah.
happened.
You have to be organized. I don't know. I mean, your mind is way organized, way more organized than my mind is. Because some of the topics, the way you present them it's very efficient the way you do it. I mean, you literally. I mean, it's seamless the way you tie one thing into another, and it's pretty impressive actually. And I go, how does Doc write this? I could picture you in your basement writing this thing. I'm like in his basement,
It all
typing away on an old 1940s typewriter.
It all happened down here.
And
going
and I'm
back
like,
to
how much work has gone into this?
God.
It's just amazing.
It
It's
is
just amazing.
For people who want to see the actual, this is the first. This is the book. This is the 251 page. This isn't the cover, but this was the final actual book. So this
the approved draft, right? That was the approved.
Yeah, that was, so that one came out of there's a company in Pennsylvania that when I got done, I sent the entire PDF to them, and they do it for like college dissertations and stuff, and then they bind it. So it was like $30, and then that was the version, because I actually needed to see it. And then I went through. I had another one, like a earlier one that I threw away, but so this is like the one that at some point will auction at 1,000 years for like $1,000 or something like that. Adjusted for inflation, be nothing, but it was, I needed to have it in front of me and to actually see. And then I had a couple more print it for reviewers, so they got the print copies. And I'm like, just okay, now that you can go through it, and and that was the thing too. Like I had 4 rules for people, and one was my reviewers, who are my member checks, professional reviewers. I'm like, it can't be conspiracy theory. Like, this book, if it starts to go anywhere with conspiracy, you got to let me know. It can't be political, even though I have political things in there. Like, it can't, go one way or another. It has to, the themes have to make sense to you. Like, if I was to ask you, tell me about the crab boat guy, you'd have to be able to talk for 5 minutes. Like, there'd be enough information. And the fourth thing is, like, it's not boring, right? So as you get into this, you want to keep reading. And so those were the 4 boxes. I said, don't worry about grammar. Don't worry, edits, transitions, things like that. Like, I've got editors will take care of that. Don't worry about it. But like, so that was the thing. Like, we just kept going back and forth, and there were some things I changed, based upon what people said. And then I also had one person who was very much just like a big fan of all my stuff. And I'm like, I can't have you as a member check because you're not objective anymore. I love your work, and you can help me with promo, but you can't help me with this because, like, this chapter I gave you.
You need the actual constructive criticism.
Yeah.
That's what you needed. So
yeah, I said this chapter I gave you needed a lot of work, and you were kind of saying it was ready to go. And I know it wasn't ready to go because other people said, but it's kind of thing like, Joe Doley talks about in the book of, how you kind of got to coach people along. Same.
Yeah.
Well, Sass, we're going to have you back on the show at some point here, which would
That'd
be
be
great.
great.
I would love
When
to have that
people are
happen.
no longer sick of me, you can have me back.
No, man, this was absolutely great. I mean, I've interviewed a lot of people on the show, and I don't know if I've had as enjoyable of time as I've had tonight. I
Oh,
mean,
that's gee. Oh,
I
shucks, Doc.
sincerely, I really appreciate that. And yeah, so
Well,
again,
I'm a natural guy. I'm a natural person. I have conversations with people. It's one thing to be typing away like a mad dictator in the chat boxes, but when you're actually talking to somebody, it's always different. It's always better. So I agree with you. But yeah, I enjoyed my time immensely.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and
me
it's
too.
my first time
Really?
doing this. Yeah, doing something like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I think I was on one of Nick's one or two of Nick's streams, crypto related, for like a little bit, half an hour or something.
Yeah. Holy
Yeah.
smokes.
No. This is the first time. I mean, I've kept my face pretty much covered all these years. So
We'll probably be getting a call tomorrow to like tag team a new WKRP in Cincinnati spinoff or something like that.
Oh my god!
So
throwback.
Yeah. God,
All right, Doc. We got to end it because think of the children. we must end this now.
All right, so Sass, hang around for just a second. I'm going to do the outro for us right here, which is also my intro because I don't have it edited. But let me do that as a clear ending here. And everybody, thank you. Please, thumbs up, subscribe, tell your friends, subscribe from your ancillary 8 YouTube accounts. That helps me out viewing. But thank you so much, and thank you, Sass, for being on.
The Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perrodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perrodin on Twitter @SafetyPhD. And remember,